Chapter 25-27. Killing Sa Guozhuan had secretly set up multiple level 9 trap and kill arrays in the surrounding space. Now that Zhuowen was a level 9 divine array master, setting up a level 9 trap and kill array was a piece of cake for him. After setting up the level 9 trap and kill array, Zhuowen's original body slowly hid in the starry sky and blended into it. Boom! 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 The battle between Zhuowen and Sa Guo became more and more intense. The surrounding space was shattered and destroyed, and the Black Smoke tribe members who were watching from afar revealed looks of respect. Of course, the respect in their eyes wasn't directed at Sa Guo, but at Zhuowen. Sa Guo was the leader of their star field, but this new member of the Black Smoke tribe could actually fight with their leader to such an extent. Clearly, this Black Smoke tribe member was extraordinary. Bang! There was another intense collision. Zhuowen held on to the phagocytosis and leaped back, increasing the distance between him and Sa Guo. Sa Guo also hurriedly retreated, but his hands formed from black smoke were on the verge of collapse, and countless cracks had appeared on the surface of his long spear. On the other hand, Zhuowen was full of energy and didn't show any signs of depression. It was obvious that Zhuowen had the absolute upper hand in the battle just now. Sa Guo's eyes were filled with fear and seriousness. He coldly stared at the phagocytosis in Zhuowen's hands and said, "What kind of technique is this? This isn't the Black Smoke tribe's way of attacking." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He knew that Sa Guo had indeed discovered something amiss during the battle just now. Zhuowen didn't answer Sa Guo's question. Instead, he took a step forward like the wind and threw the phagocytosis at Sa Guo. He knew very well that if he answered Sa Guo's question now, it would only leave him with more flaws. Therefore, he had to get rid of Sa Guo before he could react. At the same time, the moment Zhuowen threw out the phagocytosis, endless black fog burst out from his body. In just an instant, the black fog enveloped the surrounding space. Zhuowen and Sa Guo's figures were completely engulfed by the black fog. Within the black fog, Sa Guo's expression changed. He vaguely guessed Zhuowen's intention. Then he realized that in front of the black fog was a human in black. "You're not from the Black Smoke tribe? You're from the human race." The moment Sa Guo saw Zhuowen, his pupils shrank and he couldn't help but shriek. From the beginning, he had felt that something was amiss. Zhuowen, Zhuowen appeared in his mind's words. Was Zhuowen from the Black Smoke tribe? Of Zhuowen's Fongs of. It turned out that the strange Black Smoke tribe in front of him was a human in disguise. Sa Guo couldn't figure it out. If this human was pretending to be from the Black Smoke tribe, he would be able to see through the flaws very quickly. But how could this human in front of him be able to disguise himself so perfectly? Although Sa Guo was suspicious, now was not the time for him to think about it. Zhuowen's attack was coming. Black fog burst out from Sa Guo's body. Then he turned into a 30-meter tall giant. The giant held a huge double-edged axe in both hands and swung it at Zhuowen with a roar. The double-edged axe cut through space and produced a terrifying whistling sound. Even Zhuowen was moved. Boom! The double-edged axe and the phagocytosis smashed together. The surrounding black fog rolled like a tsunami in the sea. Zhuowen groaned. He flipped the phagocytosis over and immediately used the soul kill. His powerful consciousness turned into a terrifying whirlpool of killing intent. It crashed into Sa Guo's mind, causing him to scream in pain. His body stopped moving for a moment. Zhuowen seized this opportunity and smashed his fist onto the 30-meter tall giant's body. Extreme fire, extreme thunder, and extreme wind, the 3 types of extreme energy, turned into 3 directions and blasted into Sa Guo's body with great coordination. Boom! Boom! A thunderous sound kept ringing out from Sa Guo's body. The Tenjong tall giant that Sa Guo had transformed into burst out a terrifying black fog. Then the Tenjong tall giant's body exploded into formless black smoke. The moment the giant exploded into black smoke, Sagwa let out a blood-curdling scream. Soon after, the black smoke condensed into a tiny black needle and fled towards the back. Its speed was so fast that even Zhuo did not have time to react before it was already far away. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He sneered and immediately activated the level 9 trap and killer ray. These level 9 trap and killer rays were set up at the edge of the black fog. Zhuo had already planned for this. Bang! When Gua's black needle was about to leave the edge of the black fog, a transparent energy barrier appeared in front of Sagwa and blocked the black needle. Bastard human, what are you trying to do? When Sagwa realized that there was a level 9 trap and killer ray at the edge of the black fog, his eyes were filled with despair. He turned back into black smoke and stared at Zhuo with his scarlet eyes. Zhuo walked over slowly and said, "My friends are in the Pill Pagoda. You want to break open the Pill Pagoda and kill my friends. What do you think I want to do?" Sagwa's eyes flashed. He quickly said, "Since your friends are in the Pill Pagoda, I will leave immediately. I won't cause any trouble for you and your friends." Zhuo sneered, "I don't believe you. I'd rather believe a dead person." With that, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. He immediately summoned the phagocytosis and smashed it at Sagwa. At the same time, Zhuowen's original body appeared silently in the black fog. He formed a seal with both hands, and the trap and killer ray was immediately activated. The black-clothed Zhuo followed the phagocytosis and punched out again. The boundless extreme fire energy turned into a fire dragon and swallowed Sagwa. Sagwa could only passively resist. Unfortunately, the extreme fire energy was quite effective against him. Just as he blocked the extreme fire energy, he groaned, his voice filled with pain. Boom! The phagocytosis also smashed over, causing Sagwa's injuries to worsen. The trap and killer ray's boundless killing intent poured onto Sagwa. Zhuo silently looked at Sagwa, who was barely holding on. He knew that Sagwa wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Whether it was the phagocytosis, the extreme fire energy, or the level 9 trap and killer ray, they were all enough to threaten the extreme realm of life and death. Now that all three were used together, even Palace Master Wujua might die, let alone Sagwa, who was only at the initial stage of the extreme realm of life and death. Sure enough, after a while, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Sagwa was completely annihilated under the attacks of the three major techniques, completely disappearing from this world. Chapter 25-28. Proof. When the black fog dissipated and Zhuo walked out, the countless black smoke tribe members who were watching from afar were stunned. Then an uproar broke out. Zhuo had appeared, while Sagwa had disappeared. Everyone knew that Sagwa had lost the battle for the position of leader. The price Sagwa had to pay was to disappear from this world forever. When Zhuo returned to Pill Furnace City, the core of the Pill Furnace star field, countless black smoke tribe members lowered their heads, their scarlet eyes filled with reverence. They knew that they were about to welcome their new leader. At this moment, they naturally threw Sagwa to the back of their minds. Zhuo looked at the countless black smoke tribe members in Pill Furnace City and sighed inwardly. The black smoke tribe was indeed realistic. In the black smoke tribe, only the strong reigned supreme. There were no rules at all. As long as you were strong enough, you would be the boss and could do whatever you wanted. Bloodscale landed in front of Zhuo and sized him up. His eyes were filled with dread. He hadn't expected that Zhuo had hidden such great strength. Even Xuelin knew that if he were to face Sagwa, he would still be able to defeat him. However, if he wanted to kill Sagwa, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. He wouldn't be able to kill Sagwa as quickly as Zhuo. Of course, if Bloodscale knew that Zhuo had set up a grade 9 death trap array in advance, he wouldn't have been so surprised. A grade 9 death trap array was very effective against life and death stage experts. Moreover, Zhuo's strength was above Sagwa's, so it made sense that he could kill Sagwa so quickly. Let's go. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Bloodscale, whose eyes were filled with dread, and landed in front of the pill tower. The members of the Black Smoke tribe lowered their heads and didn't dare to make a sound. This was a powerful existence that killed Sagwa, so how could they resist? At this moment, the 8 colored flames around the pill tower were still burning fiercely. The Black Smoke race, who had originally attacked the pill tower, all stood on the side of the pill tower. They only dared to steal glances at Zhuowen, but their hearts were filled with sighs. They knew that the new leader would probably be the same as Sagwa. He would make them attack the pill pagoda in a suicidal manner. One had to know that the Black Smoke race was most afraid of extremely hot flames. Attacking the pill pagoda's fiery defensive array in such a frenzied manner would only end in their deaths. However, they knew that they couldn't disobey their new leader. If their new leader wanted them to continue attacking the pill tower, they could only do so. Everyone from Pill Furnace City, get the hell out. I like peace and quiet. I don't like noisy crowds. If anyone dares to enter Pill Furnace City, I'll kill them. A tyrannical divine sense swept out like a hurricane, covering the entire Pill Furnace City. The members of the Black Smoke race, who were still in Pill Furnace City, were stunned. They immediately understood and rushed out, leaving the city. The members of the Black Smoke race, who had been told to only attack the pill tower, were relieved of a heavy burden. They bowed deeply towards Zhuowen and left Pill Furnace City as well. Before long, the noisy Pill Furnace City became extremely quiet. Only Zhuowen and Bloodscale remained. On the 10th floor of the pill tower, the 8 elders in charge of the fiery defensive array also saw the members of the Black Smoke race leave one after another. They were all surprised. The new Black Smoke race must have defeated Sagwa and become the new leader of the Star Domain. However, this new leader is really strange. He actually dismissed all the Black Smoke race in Pill Furnace City, the 2nd elder said in surprise. The eyes of the 7th elder flickered. 2nd elder, we can't last for long. The new leader just happened to dismiss all the Black Smoke race in Pill Furnace City. As long as we work together, we might be able to eliminate this leader. The moment the 7th elder suggested this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Their main fear was that the Black Smoke tribe would join forces and attack them. After all, there were just too many of them. They weren't weak either. If they worked together, even 100 pill towers wouldn't be able to stop them. Now that there were only 2 members of the Black Smoke race left in Pill Furnace City, it was naturally an opportunity for them. The 2nd elder firmly objected. No, you all know how strong Sagor is. He's an expert who's barely reached the 2 extremes of life and death. If the Black Smoke race can defeat Sagwa and become the new leader, their strength is unfathomable. We can't take the risk. The other elders only came to their senses after hearing the 2nd elder's words. They thought about it and felt that the 2nd elder's words were correct. Among the 8 of them, only the 2nd elder was slightly stronger. However, he was only half-step illusionary sky, 9th step. Even if the 8 of them were proficient in joint attacks, they could only defeat life in lightning realm experts. Against life and death realm experts, it was useless even if the 8 of them worked together. How would we know if we don't try? The 7th elder said unhappily. The 2nd elder looked at the 7th elder solemnly. Just as he was about to scold him, he suddenly paused and his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. What's wrong? The other elders looked at the 2nd elder in surprise and asked curiously. Hurry up and open the 8-colored flame array, the 2nd elder blurted out. The other 7 elders looked at the 2nd elder strangely. They all subconsciously thought that the 2nd elder was talking nonsense. 2nd elder, what are you saying? If we open the 8-colored flame array, won't we let the 2 members of the Black Smoke race into the pill tower? The 7th elder said with a frown. I'm going to let them in. Hurry up and open the 8-colored flame array, the 2nd elder said with ecstasy. This time, even the 7th elder's expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to speak, the second elder hurriedly added, "The 2 members of the Black Smoke race are on our side. One of them is Zhuowen. He's here to save us." The other 7 elders were shocked. Among them, the 7th elder said in disbelief, "Second elder, did the Black Smoke race send you a message? How can you believe the Black Smoke race's nonsense?" The second elder calmed down and said, "I'm sure it's Zhuowen because he mentioned the alchemy fire. Apart from the 8 of us here, only Zhuowen knows that the alchemy fire is with Zhuowen." The other elders were moved, but the 7th elder still said unhappily, "It's hard to guarantee that this matter won't be leaked. If the Black Smoke race finds out, they might be digging a hole for us to jump into. Unless he can take out the alchemy fire as proof." The second elder frowned slightly. He understood the 7th elder's caution, so he sent a message to Zhuowen. Standing outside the pill tower, Zhuowen also received the second elder's message and took out the alchemy fire. Chapter 25-29. Black Smoke came not long after Zhuowen took out the alchemy fire. The 8 colored flames on the surface of the pill pagoda gradually dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the pill pagoda. Zhuowen put away the alchemy fire and did not immediately enter the pill pagoda. Instead, he set up a powerful restriction around the area. After setting up the restriction, the second elder led the other 7 elders down the pill pagoda. "Zhuowen." The second elder looked at Zhuowen, who was shrouded in black smoke, and asked with uncertainty, "Second elder, long time no see. Let's go in first. It's not convenient to talk here. Blood scale, you stand guard outside the pill pagoda. If anything happens, send me a message immediately." Zhuowen instructed Blood Scale, then followed the second elder into the pill pagoda. On the 10th floor of the pill pagoda, Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the black smoke around him dispersed, revealing a black-robed Zhuowen. The alchemy fire was lying lazily on his shoulder. When the second elder and the others saw that it was really Zhuowen, they all heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked by Zhuowen's strength. The leader of the Black Smoke clan, Sagua, had the strength of the 2 extremes of life and death. Zhuowen could actually defeat Sagua and become the new leader. It was obvious how powerful Zhuowen was now. "Shuoshayu, did you defeat Sagua?" the second elder asked with uncertainty. Zhuowen nodded and said, without batting an eyelid, "I killed Sagua." When these words came out, the 8 elders all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Zhuowen in a daze. The second elder smiled bitterly and said, "Zhuoshayu, your progress is too fast." Zhuowen was extremely calm. He knew that his rapid progress was not a fluke, but an opportunity that he had obtained by risking his life time and time again. "Let's not talk about this. By the way, second elder, is your pill pagoda the only one that survived in the entire 6 Desires Heavenly Realm?" Zhuowen asked. The second elder shook his head and said, "It should not be just our pill pagoda. There are other forces, but they are not much better than our pill pagoda. Sigh, there are too many members of the Black Smoke clan. 50 years ago, there weren't many of them. After 50 years of development, these monsters have spread Heavenly Realm. They have caused the current disaster." Zhuowen nodded his head. Although he wanted to help the other powers in the Heaven region, he knew that this was not realistic. Right now, he didn't even know how to save the people from the Pill Tower, let alone the other powers. Realm 6-6, Heavenly Realm. He, Zhuowen, Lu Ziowen, Lu Realm, Lu in the heavens he was. Second Elder, if you believe me, you can stay in my inner world for a while. After I leave the 6 Desires Heavenly Realm, I will take you out of the 6 Desires Heavenly Realm. As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his sleeve. Immediately, a black vortex appeared beside his right hand. He continued, "This vortex leads to the world within my body. Don't worry, it's very safe inside. Moreover, it's very large." The second elder glanced at the whirlpool and said, "Zhuoshayu, thank you. There are not only 8 of us in the Pill Pagoda. There are also many cultivators from the Pill Furnace galaxy. It's no problem. My inner world is very big. It can accommodate everyone in the Pill Pagoda. Zhuowen said with a smile. That's good. I will go and arrange it now. Wait a moment. The second elder stood up with a happy smile on his face. Then he led the other elders to the Pill Pagoda to gather the cultivators who were hiding in the Pill Pagoda. Soon, under the second elder's guidance, the cultivators entered the devouring whirlpool one by one. Zhuowen's inner world contained many planets with life. Zhuowen deliberately chose a relatively remote and uninhabited planet to accommodate the cultivators in the Pill Pagoda. He also set up a barrier on that planet to prevent these cultivators from exploring the mysteries of his inner world. Although Zhuowen trusted the second elder, he did not trust the cultivators hiding in the Pill Pagoda. After spending half a day, the second elder sent all the cultivators in the Pill Pagoda into his inner world. Then he cupped his hands and said gratefully to Zhuowen, "Shuoshayu, if we are saved this time, I really have to thank you." After saying this, the second elder glanced at the pill fire lying on Zhuowen's shoulder. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Shuoshayu, I see that the pill fire is fated to be with you. In the future, you can keep the pill fire with you. There is no need to return it to the Pill Pagoda." After saying this, the second elder took out several jade slips and handed them to Zhuowen. He said seriously, "These jade slips record the main knowledge of the pill Tao, the refining method, and my many years of experience in refining pills. Perhaps Shuoshaoyu will find it useful. Take it as a reward for saving our Pill Pagoda." Zhuowen accepted the jade slips with joy. Zhuowen had wanted to learn about the pill Tao for a long time, but he was too embarrassed to ask the second elder. When he was in the Heavenly Armor continent, Zhuowen had only scratched the surface of the pill Tao. He even relied on the Fushi cauldron to refine pills. He himself was completely ignorant. After leaving the Heavenly Armor continent, Zhuowen came into contact with the array Tao. Thus, he began to comprehend the array Tao step by step. He studied the array Tao until he became a level 9 array Tao Divine Master. Although he also wanted to study the alchemy Tao, even in the starry skies, there are very few records about the alchemy Tao. Moreover, the Pill Furnace star field was a rare place that had developed the alchemy Tao to such an extent. Therefore, why wouldn't Zhuo Wenru drool over the Pill Furnace star field's alchemy Tao? Now that the second elder had directly offered the pill Tao to him, how could Zhuowen not be excited and happy? "Many thanks, second elder," Zhuowen hurriedly said. The second elder smiled and said, "I should be the one thanking you." After saying this, the second elder entered the devouring whirlpool. He was the last one to enter the devouring whirlpool. After putting away the devouring whirlpool, Zhuowen immediately received a message from Bloodscale. His expression changed drastically. He released the black smoke again and covered his body. Then he walked out of the Pill Pagoda. "What's wrong?" When Zhuowen walked out of the Pill Pagoda, he saw a member of the Black Smoke tribe standing beside Bloodscale. This member of the Black Smoke tribe was standing to the side in an extremely respectful manner. When he saw Zhuowen come out, he immediately bowed and saluted. "The Black Smoke King has come to inspect. We must go and receive him." Bloodscale helplessly transmitted. Zhuowen's gaze moved slightly. Bloodscale had told him about the Black Smoke King before. He was the king of the Black Smoke tribe, just like the king of the Devouring clan. Only the strongest of the entire tribe could be crowned as king. Zhuowen did not expect that the Black Smoke King would suddenly come to inspect this place. Could it be that he had discovered something wrong? However, that was not right. He had just defeated Sagwa not long ago. Logically speaking, the Black Smoke King could not have received the news so quickly. "Let's go and take a look first." As Zhuowen spoke, he hurriedly left Pill Furnace City with Bloodscale. The member of the Black Smoke tribe who had come to inform him respectfully followed behind. They swept to the edge of the Pill Furnace galaxy. Everywhere they passed, the members of the Black Smoke tribe looked at Zhuowen with reverence. Floating at the edge of the pale furnace galaxy, Zhuowen looked into the distant starry sky. There, a black light swept over. Its speed was extremely fast, and it quickly landed not far in front of the galaxy. Chapter 2530. Not good. After the black shuttle stopped not too far away, it suddenly dispersed into thick black smoke. This black smoke was not the incomparably black smoke of the ordinary black smoke race. Instead, there was a trace of grayish-white within the black smoke, which looked somewhat horrifying. Soon after, the black smoke reformed into a middle-aged man with grayish-white hair. The middle-aged man before them was basically the same as a human from head to toe. The only difference was his grayish-white hair. The grayish-white hair on the middle-aged man's head was extremely strange. It was not in the shape of hair, but in the shape of smoke. When the middle-aged man appeared, the black smoke race member behind Zhuowen immediately prostrated himself on the ground. He trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, my king!" It was not just this black smoke race member. The black smoke race members in the distant star field all prostrated themselves on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear and reverence. Zhuowen and Bloodscale stood side by side. When they saw the middle-aged man walking over, they merely bowed in respect. Zhuowen was not from the black smoke race. Furthermore, given his personality, he naturally would not prostrate himself on the ground in front of others. This was not in line with his character. As for Bloodscale, that was even more impossible. This Bloodscale was the previous devouring king of the devouring race. His status was much higher than this Black Smoke King's. Now that he saw the Black Smoke King, it would be strange if he knelt down. The Black Smoke King slowly walked over and looked at Zhuowen and Bloodscale, who merely bowed. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he said indifferently, "You were the one who killed Sagua and snatched the position of leader of this star field." Zhuowen's heart tightened. He could clearly feel that after the Black Smoke King finished speaking, an intense murderous intent locked onto him. It caused all the hair on his body to stand on end. "So strong!" Zhuowen exclaimed in his heart. Just the murderous intent released by the Black Smoke King made him feel as if it was difficult to resist. He knew that the Black Smoke King's strength was much stronger than Sagua's. In fact, he was much stronger than Zhuowen himself. Previously, Bloodscale had said that the Black Smoke King's strength should only be at the level of a half-step Heavenly Path Master. He was still quite a distance away from the true Tao validation. He was merely a half-step Heavenly Tao Lord, yet he was able to give him such immense pressure. What if he was a true Heavenly Tao Lord? Thinking of this, Zhuowen knew that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Compared to the true experts of the great desolate heavenly domain and the Xianmi heavenly domain, his cultivation was really insignificant. However, Zhuowen also knew that he had unlimited possibilities. Who could guarantee that he would not reach such heights in the future? Thinking of this, Zhuowen abruptly raised his eyes and met the Black Smoke King's gaze without any hesitation. After sensing the terrifying killing intent of the Black Smoke King, Zhuowen knew that he was no match for the Black Smoke King. However, if the Black Smoke King wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. Therefore, Zhuowen did not need to fear the Black Smoke King. The Black Smoke King glanced at Zhuowen in astonishment. He had not expected that this person from the Black Smoke tribe would actually dare to look him in the eye under the pressure of his killing intent. "May I know why my king has come to Sa-Zhua's territory?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. He had unintentionally made up the name Sa-Zhua for himself. After all, if he did not have a name or surname, it would arouse suspicion. "So your name is Sa-Zhua, since you were able to kill Sagua. Your strength should be above Sagua's. Are you interested in becoming my right-hand man?" The Black Smoke King asked with a faint smile. Zhuowen shook his head and flatly rejected the Black Smoke King. Instead, he continued, "Thank you for your kindness, my king. Zhu does not have great ambitions. I only like to settle down in a corner and do not wish to take the next step. This time, my king has come to my territory. There must be something important, right? The Black Smoke King nodded and said, "Head to my palace in 10 days. I am currently gathering all the experts in my tribe. I need your help to welcome a few esteemed guests to the 8 heavenly domains." Esteemed guests? Zhuowen asked subconsciously. The Black Smoke King laughed and said, "The cultivation of the humans in the 8 heavenly domains is very weak. However, their array skills are very strong. The heavenly domain that our Black Smoke tribe has occupied is called the 6 Desires heavenly domain. However, the exit of the 6 Desires heavenly domain has been sealed by other tribes. Our Black Smoke tribe is completely helpless. If we want to conquer the other heavens, we must break the seal. In order to break the seal, I have coincidentally contacted the experts of the Devouring Clan. I plan to use the Devouring Clan's innate ability to devour and the Black Smoke tribe's attack techniques to break the seal of the 6 Desires heavenly domain in one fell swoop." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and inadvertently glanced at Bloodscale beside him. Seeing that the latter was completely indifferent, he replied, "My king, are you planning to gather all the experts in your tribe to break the seal together?" Although there were many races in the ancient, desolate, heavenly domain, and their overall strength was extremely terrifying, there was basically no array skill or alchemy skill. In the ancient, desolate, heavenly domain, which believed in the supremacy of the strong, there were basically no creatures who studied array skills or alchemy. This also caused the ancient, desolate, heavenly domain to be far inferior to the Xianmi heavenly domain in this aspect. Even the 8 heavenly domains were far inferior, although the Black Smoke tribe was powerful because they knew nothing about array skills, they only knew how to mess around. Naturally, it was impossible for them to break the array. The Black Smoke tribe was originally the lowest race in the ancient, desolate, heavenly domain. They were even more fearful of array skills than the other races. Although the Devouring Clan was not proficient in array skills, their devouring power had a restraining effect on array skills. Moreover, if they were lucky, their devouring power might even expose the array skills' weaknesses. Attacking the array skills' weaknesses was naturally much better than attacking randomly. Did the Devouring Clan also come to the 8 heavenly domains? Zhuowen realized that something was wrong and immediately asked. The Black Smoke King did not notice the strange expression on Zhuowen's face. He said in a deep voice, "Our Black Smoke tribe was the luckiest. We were the first to discover the entrance to the 8 heavenly domains. However, the location of the entrance was extremely hidden. In the past 50 years, only our Black Smoke tribe has been able to enter the 8 heavenly domains. Originally, I did not plan to share the 8 heavenly domains with the other races. However, we have encountered a problem in the past 50 years. Therefore, it will be difficult for our Black Smoke tribe to occupy the 8 heavenly domains by ourselves. Moreover, I am also afraid that the human race of the Xianmi heavenly domain will discover it in advance. Therefore, a few days ago, I informed several races of the location of these races. The most important race is the Devouring Clan. It is said that after devouring King Bing, Zhu found out he was extremely interested. He has already sent a Devouring Clan expert under his command to scout the area. That expert will arrive soon." When the Black Smoke King said this, Zhuowen's heart sank. He did not expect that the Black Smoke King would actually expose the location of the barrier. Chapter 2531. Scheming Zhuowen's expression turned ugly when he thought of this. The Black Smoke Clan was already troublesome enough. If other clans joined in, it would be difficult for the 8 heavens to resist. Even if the formation Tao was more effective against the creatures of the primitive heavenly realm, it was unlikely that they would be a match for them. After all, the gap between the 2 sides was too big. Remember, you must come to my palace in 10 days. I have to inform the other clansmen of the heavenly realm. The Black Smoke King turned back into a black shuttle and left the Pill Furnace Star Zone. Zhuowen looked at the Black Smoke King with some doubt. He sent a message to Bloodscale. The Black Smoke clan is so big. Don't they have any means of communication? Do they have to send a king to send a message personally? Bloodscale smiled and said, "Every clan in the primitive heavenly realm has a corresponding means of communication. However, if you want to ask the clan's experts for help, the person asking for help must invite them personally. This is the importance of the clan's experts. Only in this way will the clan's experts help you wholeheartedly." Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. The customs of the primitive heavenly realm were indeed very different from the human clans of the 8 heavens. In the 8 heavens, it was basically impossible for the heavenly realm's lords to invite anyone personally. They only needed to send a message. However, it was different in the primitive heavenly realm. However, when he thought of the fact that the primitive heavenly realm was a place where the strong reigned supreme and where there was great tolerance and respect for the strong, Zhuowen felt relieved. Your devouring clan also knows this location. If we meet the devouring clan, we'll be exposed easily. Zhuowen looked at Bloodscale seriously. Bloodscale sneered. As long as we leave the 6 Desires heavenly realm, we won't meet the devouring clan's experts. Do you want me to deal with the devouring clan's experts who are about to arrive? Zhuowen shook his head. The devouring clan was obviously much stronger than the Black Smoke clan. The experts they sent were at least half-step heavenly path masters. Moreover, due to their innate talent, they were definitely much stronger than the Black Smoke King. Right now, Bloodscale's strength had only recovered to the life and death extreme realm. Even facing the Black Smoke King would be difficult, let alone facing the devouring clan's experts. What I mean is that you help me temporarily seal off the location of the Door of Profundity and destroy the Black Smoke King at the same time, Zhuowen said with a cold gaze. Zhuowen knew very well that if he did not destroy the Black Smoke King, it would be useless even if he sealed the location of the Door of Profundity. The Black Smoke King could still transmit its exact location through the entrance of the Door of Profundity. Bloodscale frowned slightly. His eyes flickered as he said coldly, "The Black Smoke King is a half-step heavenly path lord. My strength is only at the 2 extremities of life and death. Even if your doppelganger has reached the level of 3 extremities, the most we can do is fight him to a standstill if we join forces. However, wanting to kill the Black Smoke King is simply a pipe dream." Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said, "There are still 10 days. If I allow you to cultivate in the heavenly path origin for 10 days, are you confident that you can recover your strength to the level of a half-step heavenly path lord, or even surpass that?" When Bloodscale learned that Zhuowen had the heavenly path origin on him, he revealed an extremely yearning expression. However, Bloodscale concealed it very well. However, Zhuowen's perception was extremely sharp. He knew that the heavenly path origin was the energy that Tao-proving experts cultivated. Although he did not obtain much of the heavenly path origin from the great Brahma domain, he believed that it should not be a problem for Bloodscale to recover to the level of a half-step heavenly path lord. Originally, Zhuowen would not be so generous. However, the Black Smoke King was too powerful. If he did not borrow Bloodscale's strength, he would not be a match for the Black Smoke King. Fortunately, he had signed a contract with Bloodscale. Therefore, Zhuowen was not afraid that Bloodscale would attack him after his strength increased. As expected, when he heard that Zhuowen actually intended to let him cultivate in the heavenly path origin, Bloodscale's eyes immediately revealed a blazing light. He said in a deep voice, "If I have the heavenly path origin, I am confident that I can recover my strength to the peak of the life and death extremes within 10 days. As for becoming a half-step heavenly path lord, that will depend on luck. If your cultivation reaches the peak of the life and death extremes, are you confident that you can fight against the Black Smoke King?" Zhuowen asked in return. Bloodscale hesitated for a moment, then said, "The innate talent of the devouring clan is much stronger than that of the Black Smoke tribe. Although the Black Smoke King is from the royal family of the Black Smoke tribe and is not an ordinary member of the Black Smoke tribe, I am the king of the Devouring clan. My innate talent will only be stronger than the Black Smoke King's. If I reach the peak of the life and death extremes, I will be able to defeat the Black Smoke King. However, I will need your help to kill the Black Smoke King." Hearing this, Zhuowen was overjoyed. He immediately came to an agreement with Bloodscale. In the next 10 days, Zhuowen took out the Heavenly Path Origin and let Bloodscale cultivate in the Heavenly Path Origin. Seeing the Heavenly Path Origin being continuously consumed, Zhuowen's heart bled. There were only 8 portions of the Heavenly Path Origin in the 8 heavens. It could be said that it was extremely rare. Now, seeing Bloodscale absorbing the Heavenly Path Origin's energy like a whale sucking in water, how could Zhuowen not feel heartache? After 10 days, 1/3 of the Heavenly Path Origin in Zhuowen's body had been absorbed by Bloodscale. As for Bloodscale, his strength had also reached the peak of the life and death extremes. Sigh. If it weren't for the fact that my realm is insufficient, I would have used the Heavenly Path Origin to cultivate and increase my strength. Looking at Bloodscale sitting cross-legged in front of him and silently breathing, Zhuowen felt extremely depressed. Zhuowen had just broken through to the life-comprehending realm. Absorbing the Heavenly Path Origin would only allow him to reach the peak of the life-comprehending realm at most. It wouldn't be of much use to his strength. However, Bloodscale was different. At his peak, he was at the peak of Primordial Chaos Lord. His realm far surpassed Zhuowen's. However, because he had been exiled and sealed for many years, his strength had declined greatly. Bloodscale had a very solid foundation. What he lacked was a huge amount of Heavenly Path Origin's energy. As long as he had enough energy, Bloodscale's strength would quickly recover. Of course, Bloodscale also knew that the amount of energy he needed to recover his peak strength was absolutely terrifying. Even if all the energy in the 8 heavens were added together, it wouldn't be enough for him to recover his peak strength. However, Bloodscale wasn't in a hurry. He planned to slowly recover his strength in the next 1,000 years. Once he recovered his strength, he would kill his way back to the Devouring clan and retake the throne. Bloodscale opened his eyes and laughed. The Heavenly Path Origin is really good. Recovering strength is unexpectedly fast. After saying that, Bloodscale reluctantly watched Zhuowen quietly withdraw the Heavenly Path Origin. He knew that if he absorbed all the Heavenly Path Origin in Zhuowen's body, his strength should be able to recover to the level of a half-step Heavenly Path Master. Unfortunately, Zhuowen stared at Bloodscale like he was guarding against a wolf. He had no intention of taking out the Heavenly Path Origin for Bloodscale to absorb. Chapter 2532. Domineering, it's time for us to leave. The 10-day deadline is up. It's time for us to head to the Black Smoke King's palace, Zhuowen said calmly. Bloodscale nodded and immediately followed Zhuowen out of the Pill Furnace Star field. After leaving the Pill Furnace Star field for some distance, Zhuowen took out the space-time wheel and disappeared into the starry sky with a whoosh. The Black Smoke King's palace was located at the former site of the 6 Desires Palace. Ever since Palace Master Wujua was killed by Sakyamuni, the 6 Desires Palace had been in a state of complete chaos. Later, when the Black Smoke tribe wreaked havoc, the cultivators in the star field where the 6 Desires Palace was located had all fled. The Black Smoke King naturally saw the energy there was the most abundant, so he built his own palace at the former site of the 6 Desires Palace. When they were not far from the palace, Zhuowen put away the space-time wheel and entered the palace with Bloodscale. At this moment, the 6 palaces at the former site of the 6 Desires Palace were no longer there. Instead, they were replaced by a huge black palace. This palace was surrounded by black gas and looked quite strange. After Zhuowen reported his name at the entrance, he was allowed to enter. After walking through a long corridor, Zhuowen stopped in an extremely spacious hall. There were 7 seats, surrounded by black smoke in the hall. At this moment, the Black Smoke King was sitting in the main seat. Other than the Black Smoke King, 5 of the other 6 seats had already been occupied. There was only 1 seat left, and it was obvious that this seat was prepared for Zhuowen. "Oh, I heard that you defeated that trash Sagwa. What kind of despicable method did you use?" A Black Smoke tribe member sitting next to the empty seat looked at Zhuowen with a pair of scarlet eyes as he mocked him. Zhuowen glanced at this Black Smoke tribe member indifferently. This Black Smoke tribe member's strength was not bad. He was also at the 2 extremes of life and death. His aura was even stronger than Sagwa's, and the black smoke around him faintly revealed a golden color. He was quite domineering. "Sagwa is only trash. I destroyed that trash with a single punch. As for you, you're even more useless than Sago. I don't even need to do anything. My subordinates can kill you with a single punch," Zhuowen retorted without holding back. This member of the Black Smoke race had made things difficult for Zhuowen the moment he opened his mouth. Clearly, he did not have any good intentions. Naturally, Zhuowen did not want to be outdone. He knew that if he were to show weakness at this time, it would only allow this guy to climb up the pole, and when the time came, he would want a yard after taking an inch. The moment Zhuowen said this, the Black Smoke race's face darkened. He sneered and said, "How arrogant! Do you think you are invincible just because you defeated Sagwa? Then I'll have to test your capabilities." As he spoke, the Golden Black Smoke clan member leaped out and charged at Zhuowen. The golden smoke condensed into a giant palm and grabbed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood where he was without moving. It was as if he did not care about the Golden Black Smoke race's attack. The other members of the Black Smoke race in the hall looked at this scene mockingly. Even the Black Smoke King looked at the Golden Black Smoke race with interest. They did not know this new leader, Sajua. Although they knew that Sagwa was killed by Sawa, they did not see it with their own eyes. Now that the Golden Black Smoke race had attacked, they could secretly see how strong Sajua was. Bloodscale, who was standing beside Zhuowen, shook his head helplessly. He knew that Zhuowen wanted him to attack. Thinking of this, Bloodscale took a step forward. The moment the golden hand approached him, he punched out. The terrifying power instantly shattered the golden hand. The Golden Black Smoke clan member let out a muffled groan and flew back in a sorry state. He smashed into a thick stone pillar behind him. His entire body twitched, and he was actually heavily injured. The few members of the Black Smoke race and the Black Smoke King's faces froze. They had guessed that this would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect it to be one-sided. Moreover, the one who attacked this time was not Sajua. It was just one of his followers. If a mere follower was so strong, then how strong would the master, Sajua, be? Thinking of this possibility, the other members of the Black Smoke race all looked serious and fearful. Even the Black Smoke King squinted his eyes and looked at Bloodscale, who was beside Zhuowen. Zhuowen sat down casually and patted the Golden Black Smoke race's seat. He said to Bloodscale, "Bloodscale, there is an extra seat here. You can sit here." Bloodscale nodded and took the Golden Black Smoke race's seat without hesitation. The Golden Black Smoke race, who was struggling to stand up, saw that Bloodscale had taken his seat. He was so angry that he almost couldn't stand straight. The injuries on his body worsened. "My king, this person is too much. Not only did he hit me in front of you, but he also let a follower take my seat. He doesn't respect you at all," the Golden Black Smoke race could not help but say. Zhuowen sneered and said, "You provoked me first. So what if I hate you? Also, you can't even compare to my follower. Do you think you have the right to sit in this seat?" The Golden Black Smoke race was so angry that he trembled. He pointed at Zhuowen but could not say anything. The Black Smoke King looked coldly at the Golden Black Smoke race and said, "You can leave now." The Golden Black Smoke race's expression changed. He knew that the Black Smoke King had already eliminated him. He had lost to a follower, so he did not have the right to sit in that seat. The golden black smoke race cupped his hands at the Black Smoke King and left the hall in a daze. After the golden black smoke race left, the Black Smoke King smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Sajua, you have many capable people by your side. Your follower's strength is not bad. What is his name?" "My king. This follower of mine is called Bloodscale. He has been with me for a long time. I hope that his reckless behavior did not cause any trouble for you, my king," Zhuowen said with a smile. The Black Smoke King waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter." Jin Fu was too impulsive in his actions. It is only right that he be taught a lesson. Furthermore, as the king of the Black Smoke race, I am naturally overjoyed that my race has been able to gain two powerful individuals, Sajua and Xuelin. The other 4 experts from the Black Smoke clan chimed in as well. Clearly, the strength that Xuelin had displayed earlier had intimidated the 4 of them. Zhuowen waved his hand modestly for a while, then asked, "My king, you said that you have notified a few races in the primitive heaven realm. Among them, there are even devouring clan experts rushing over. Do you know when they will arrive?" The Black Smoke King had a cautious look in his eyes as he said, "The 8 heavens were discovered by our Black Smoke race. We had no choice but to inform the other races. However, the location of the boundary of the 8 heavens is extremely well hidden. Furthermore, it has been specially arranged by me. Without my personal guidance, the races in the primitive heaven realm would not be able to discover it, let alone enter the 8 heavens. I estimate that they should be arriving soon. Now, follow me to the boundary to receive them. I will guide them over while we are at it." As he spoke, the Black Smoke King stood up and walked out of the hall. Zhuowen naturally followed, closely behind with the other 4 Black Smoke clan experts. What made Zhuowen feel relieved was that the Black Smoke King did not bring many of his clansmen with him when he went to receive the devouring clan experts. Other than the 6 Black Smoke clan experts, the Black Smoke King only brought a few dozen Black Smoke clan elites with him. Of course, these Black Smoke race elites were too weak for Zhuowen. If he wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. Chapter 2533. Sneak attack. As they got closer to the desolate northern region of the Heaven Domain, the number of Black Smoke clan members scattered in the surroundings decreased rapidly. As they got closer to the north, Zhuowen did not see many Black Smoke clan members on the road. The starry sky energy here is the thinnest in the 6 Desires heavenly domain. Furthermore, there aren't any large galaxies or star regions. I'm afraid there aren't many Black Smoke clan members willing to stay in the northern region of the Heaven Domain. Zhuowen guessed inwardly. The group stopped at the northern edge. Zhuowen raised his head and looked over. He discovered that there was a rather large black hole at the edge. At the edge of this black hole, there was a strange purple gas. However, this purple gas was extremely thin and was almost completely covered by the black hole. Zhuowen looked at the black hole in front of him. He knew that this should be the true barrier inside the Door of Profundity. Back then, the interior of the Door of Profundity was filled with purple Tao energy. After the Door of Profundity was shattered, the purple Tao energy naturally drifted away. Zhuowen's consciousness also checked this black hole. He discovered that this black hole was the barrier of the Door of Profundity. Thinking back to the transparent barrier he saw back then, Zhuowen knew that what he saw was probably an illusion. It was very likely that the Door of Profundity contained an extremely advanced illusory array. As the Door of Profundity was shattered, the illusory array was naturally broken as well. Thus, the true face of this barrier was revealed. Zhuowen laughed bitterly in his heart. Thinking about the extremely dangerous, prehistoric, heavenly domain on the other side of this barrier, he secretly exclaimed that he was lucky that he did not enter this barrier back then. Otherwise, his end would have been truly dangerous. This barrier that connects to the prehistoric heavenly domain is extremely unstable. Its location is also extremely hidden. Furthermore, in order to prevent the other clans from discovering it, I've done some things. Thus, if you want to enter this place from the prehistoric heavenly domain, you need my personal guidance. The Black Smoke King stood at the forefront and looked at the black hole in front of him as he spoke indifferently. After speaking, the Black Smoke King landed in front of the black hole. His hands formed a seal, and just as he was about to guide the experts of the devouring clan on the other side of the barrier, his expression changed greatly. He suddenly threw a punch. Pucci, the Black Smoke King, was caught off guard. He was directly thrown into the black hole in front of him by a huge force. However, the Black Smoke King was no ordinary person. The moment he entered the black hole, his entire body disintegrated into countless grayish-white mists. Soon after, the grayish-white fog was like a long stream as it abruptly bypassed the black hole and landed several thousand miles to the side, revealing the pale face of the Black Smoke King. From the moment the Black Smoke King had almost fallen into the black hole to the moment he had safely dodged it, only half a breath of time had passed. The 4 Black Smoke Tribe powerhouses had not even had the time to react before the Black Smoke King had already dodged it with great difficulty. The moment the Black Smoke King dodged the attack, a shriek rang out from one of the 4 Black Smoke Tribe powerhouses. The last Black Smoke Tribe powerhouse was struck by a huge phagocytosis. The moment the phagocytosis struck the Black Smoke Clan expert, 3 waves of extreme lightning, extreme fire, and extreme wind energy surged into the Black Smoke Clan expert's body like 3 fire dragons. Caught off guard, the Black Smoke Clan expert was annihilated by the sudden attack. The hearts of the other 3 Black Smoke Tribe experts trembled as they hurriedly distanced themselves. Only then did they realize that the one who had launched the attack was actually Sajwa. At the same time, they also clearly saw that the one who had launched the sneak attack on the Black Smoke King was actually Sajwa's follower, Bloodscale. Zhuowen sighed softly in his heart. He had originally thought that the Black Smoke King would be blasted into the black hole barrier by Bloodscale's sneak attack. After that, he would immediately set up a sturdy restriction around the barrier before setting up a concealment restriction to completely conceal the location of the barrier. Unfortunately, the Black Smoke King was no ordinary person. In that moment of crisis, he had actually dispersed into countless grayish-white mists and dodged Bloodscale's sneak attack. However, what made Zhuowen feel gratified was that his sneak attack had also eliminated one of the Black Smoke Tribe powerhouses. Zhuowen naturally targeted the weakest of the Black Smoke Tribe experts. Although the Black Smoke Tribe expert that had been eliminated by his sneak attack had a cultivation base at the 2 extremities of life and death, his strength was even weaker than Sagwa's. Zhuowen had been able to eliminate Sagwa in a head-on battle. Now that he had launched a sneak attack, it was naturally impossible for this Black Smoke Tribe expert to escape unscathed. Sajwa, Bloodscale, what's the meaning of this? The Black Smoke King's face was somewhat pale. Just now, his entire body had dispersed into grayish-white mists and dodged Bloodscale's fatal attack. However, it had also consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, the Black Smoke King was angrily looking at Sajwa and Bloodscale. His voice was filled with an interrogative tone. The other 3 Black Smoke Tribe experts vigilantly landed around the Black Smoke King. Their eyes were also angrily staring at Zhuowen and Bloodscale. Attack! Unfortunately, Zhuowen had no intention of explaining anything to the Black Smoke King. After the Black Smoke King had finished speaking, Zhuowen turned into a stream of light and swept toward the 3 Black Smoke Tribe experts beside the Black Smoke King. Bloodscale, on the other hand, charged directly toward the Black Smoke King. You're courting death. The Black Smoke King saw Bloodscale directly attacking him and was immediately enraged. If it weren't for Bloodscale's sneak attack, he wouldn't have had to use his life-saving technique so early. One had to know that the life-saving technique he had just used was his innate, remarkable ability. Using it once consumed a lot of his energy. After using it just now, his strength had decreased by quite a bit. Now that he saw that the culprit still dared to attack him, the Black Smoke King was naturally enraged. Although he was enraged, the Black Smoke King was still relatively cautious. Bloodscale's sneak attack just now was not weak. Even he was somewhat afraid of it. Fortunately, the aura on Bloodscale's body was only at the pinnacle of the two extremes of life and death. Although the Black Smoke King had used his life-saving technique and consumed a lot of his energy, he was still a half-step heavenly lawmaster. How could Bloodscale possibly be a match for him? Boom! 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 In just an instant, Bloodscale and the Black Smoke King bombarded each other. Then the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. The Black Smoke King became more and more shocked as the fight went on. He realized that Bloodscale's strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his. While Bloodscale and the Black Smoke King were fighting, the three Black Smoke Tribe experts split into three different directions and surrounded Zhuowen. Although the aura on Zhuowen's body was not obvious, they didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. After all, Sajwa had such a powerful Bloodscale as his follower. This person's strength might even be above that of Bloodscale. Zhuowen immediately brought out the phagocytosis. At the same time, the three extreme powers of extreme fire, extreme thunder, and extreme wind surged out and transformed into three attacks that blasted toward the three Black Smoke Tribe experts. At the same time, Zhuowen's original body was hidden in the surroundings and began to secretly set up a level 9 trap and kill array. Chapter 2534. The Furious Black Smoke King Bang. Bang! 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 Zhuowen immediately clashed with the three experts from the Black Smoke Tribe. Soon after, Zhuowen fell into a disadvantageous position. The three experts from the Black Smoke Tribe had already prepared themselves for a bitter battle. Now that they discovered that Sajwa wasn't as strong as they had imagined, they were immediately overjoyed. Let's kill him together and then help our king. One of the experts from the Black Smoke Tribe revealed a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes as he spoke. His attacks became even more ferocious and terrifying. The other two didn't need him to speak. Naturally, they increased the frequency and strength of their attacks. In an instant, Zhuowen had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Even parrying the attacks was a little difficult. Zhuowen's heart sank. He had somewhat underestimated the strength of these three experts from the Black Smoke Tribe. These three experts were basically at the intermediate stage of the life and death dual extremities. If he was facing one of them, Zhuowen would still be able to hold back. However, two of them would be a little difficult for him. Now that there were three of them attacking together, Zhuowen was clearly in an extremely passive position. Bang! 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 In less than 10 breaths of time, Zhuowen's body had been attacked several times by the three experts. Fortunately, his doppelganger possessed the bloodline of the Devourer King. With the strength of his physical body, he was able to forcefully resist these attacks. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer took the initiative to attack. Instead, he was passively defending. He was waiting for his main body to finish setting up the 9th rank Death Trap Array. Once the 9th rank Death Trap Array was set up, he would explode forth. This time he had to kill these three experts from the Black Smoke Tribe. Otherwise, if they were to leave alive, he and Bloodscale would have to face an endless number of experts from the Black Smoke Tribe. Pucci! Finally, the three experts from the Black Smoke Tribe immediately blasted away the phagocytosis. They wanted to deal the final blow to Zhuowen, but their expressions changed drastically. This was because they discovered that the surrounding energy ripples had suddenly become crazy. Under these crazy energy ripples, their movements became extremely sluggish. It was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to even move. It's a restriction array. How does this guy know restriction array? After the three Black Smoke Race experts felt the crazy energy in the surrounding space, they immediately thought of something. They looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. In the eldritch heavenly realm, there was basically no race that was willing to study the art of formations. Therefore, in the eldritch heavenly realm, except for the top 10 races, the other forces rarely used formations, and there were no formation talents. The Black Smoke race was one of the lowest races in the prehistoric heaven domain. Naturally, they didn't have any formation talents. However, this Sa-Jua from the Black Smoke race actually knew formations. How could they not be shocked? As soon as the level 9 Death Trap array was activated, his main body, which was hidden in the starry sky, flew out. Then, a boundless sea of space-time spread out within the range of the level 9 Death Trap array. At the same time, the ninefold Tao intent within Zhuowen's body was unleashed without restraint. A dazzling purple sun rose from the horizon, and the terrifying space-time energy crushed down. The 3 Black Smoke race experts were already in a difficult situation due to the sudden appearance of the level 9 Death Trap array. Now that Zhuowen's main body had appeared, he immediately used the space-time ability, Waning Sun above the sea. The 3 of them were caught off guard, and they almost knelt on the ground. Roar! A loud roar came, and the black smoke around the clone suddenly scattered, revealing a 30-meter tall golden beast. The giant beast suddenly lashed out with a dazzling golden claw, smashing mercilessly at the Black Smoke clan expert at the very front. Instantly, the Black Smoke race expert didn't even have time to react before the beast claw shattered him. He didn't even have time to groan. Heavens, it's actually the devouring race and the human race. You, the other 2 Black Smoke race experts, finally reacted. They stared blankly at the Black Smoke race expert who had been killed by the clone, and then at the 30-meter tall golden beast in disbelief. At the same time, they also noticed Zhuowen's main body, who had used the space-time ability, Waning Sun above the sea. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't sense the aura of the golden beast wrongly. It was indeed the devouring race. After all, their Black Smoke race had fought with the devouring race before, so they knew the aura of the devouring race very well. However, they didn't understand why the devouring race would team up with the human race to kill them. It should be known that the human race was the common enemy of all the races in the primitive heavenly region. Once the human race fell into the primitive heavenly region, they would either be killed or treated as despicable slaves to be humiliated. However, the 2 remaining Black Smoke race experts didn't have time to think about why the devouring race and the human race would team up to attack them. At this moment, the human race and the devouring race were like 2 rainbows cutting across the starry sky, violently rushing towards them. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 2 Black Smoke race experts were forced back by the 2 attacks. They were at an absolute disadvantage. Trapped in a grade 9 Death Trap array, coupled with the terrifying space-time mystic ability of the human, the 2 Black Smoke race powerhouses' movements became extremely sluggish under the double pressure. They could only unleash half of their strength. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream resounded. Then, one of the Black Smoke race experts was pierced by the golden beast claw of the doppelganger. With a rip, the doppelganger tore him into pieces, dispersing into endless black smoke. When the last Black Smoke race expert saw that his comrade was killed, he was shocked. Zhuowen's main body found a flaw in his defense. Then, the king's sword pierced through the heart of the last Black Smoke race expert at an extremely tricky angle. The king's sword swung violently and the death chi exploded. Naturally, the Black Smoke race expert followed in the footsteps of his comrade. After Zhuowen had successfully eliminated the 3 Black Smoke race experts, the battle on the other side had reached its climax. Bloodscale had long since torn off his disguise, revealing the enormous devouring king. The enormous blood-red body was like a blood-red mountain, towering and unapproachable. Devouring king? The Black Smoke king revealed a shocked and furious expression. Then he realized that the other 3 Black Smoke race experts had also been eliminated. On the other side, he also saw a devouring race expert and a human with the bloodline of the devouring king. When did your devouring race sneak into the 8 heavens? Didn't I make an agreement with you? Did I let you in so that we could break the seal of the 6 desires heavens together? The Black Smoke King stopped on the side and said with a gloomy face. Just as Bloodscale was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. Zhuowen said indifferently, "We have already found the location. How can your puny Black Smoke race be compared to our devouring race? Today, I will annihilate your entire Black Smoke race. These 8 heavens belong to our devouring race, not your lowly Black Smoke race." Bloodscale's eyes flickered as he looked deeply at Zhuowen. He had already guessed Zhuowen's intention, but he did not say anything. Instead, he watched in silence. Chapter 2535, that Destroying the Black Smoke King. Let's attack together. Zhuowen immediately sent a message to Bloodscale. His doppelganger merged with his main body. He took a step forward and threw out a punch. The power of 3 levels burst out and smashed into the Black Smoke King's body. Bloodscale also attacked at the same time. He waved his huge beast claw, and countless blood-red vortexes appeared in the surrounding starry sky. Each of the blood-red vortexes contained a peerless killing power that could easily kill an ordinary life and death stage expert. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the 3 of them engaged in battle. The starry sky exploded and collapsed. The Black Smoke King was worthy of being the king of the Black Smoke race. His strength far exceeded Zhuowen and Bloodscale's expectations. Even if Zhuowen and Bloodscale joined forces and used all their skills, they could only suppress the Black Smoke King. They could not kill him at all. Your devouring race is too arrogant. Today, I will make you stay here forever. Soon, all the Black Smoke race in this heaven will come. You can wait to be attacked by the endless Black Smoke race, the Black Smoke King said coldly. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the Black Smoke King to secretly send out a message without him noticing. If that was the case, then he and Bloodscale were in a really bad situation. After all, facing an entire heaven's Black Smoke race, unless one was at the level of the Heavenly Lawmaster, they would definitely fall. Even the Heavenly Lawmaster would find it difficult to resist the endless Black Smoke race. He would have to pay an unimaginable price. Bloodscale, don't hold back. You must destroy the Black Smoke King as soon as possible. Zhuowen sent a message to Bloodscale. After all, this Bloodscale was the previous devouring king. He did not believe that this guy did not have a powerful trump card. As expected, Bloodscale showed hesitation. He said, "The side effects of my trump card are too great. Once I use it, my realm may fall. We're already at a critical juncture. Why are you still hesitating?" Zhuowen said coldly. Bloodscale nodded and said, "Step back first. No matter how powerful my trump card is, it is not hard to guarantee that it will be able to kill this Black Smoke King. After all, this Black Smoke King's life-saving methods are very powerful. You have seen it for yourself just now. We can only give it our all. Don't worry, if you don't kill this Black Smoke King, I will help you clean up your mess," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Zhuowen recalled the first move of the tyrannical Dao slaughtering art that he had just learned, the slaughtering Dao finger. Although his realm was only at the life enlightenment realm, after fusing with his clone, his strength was close to the peak of the life and death realm. He knew that his current strength was sufficient to annihilate a half-step Heavenly Dao Master and even pose a threat to the Heavenly Dao Master. Bloodscale looked at Zhuowen, who was full of confidence, in astonishment. In the end, he nodded and did not say anything. When Zhuowen took a few steps back, Bloodscale's gaze became serious. Then the blood-colored scales all over his body suddenly stood up. After that, waves of blood energy gushed out from the gaps between the blood-colored scales. The blood energy continued to churn. Then it condensed into a blood-colored halberd that was hundreds of feet long. Whoosh! When the blood-colored halberd finally took shape, Zhuowen heard the sound of an arrow leaving the bowstring. Then, a surge of killing intent spread throughout the entire starry sky. Just the killing intent alone caused the surrounding starry sky to tremble, collapse, and tumble. Zhuowen found it hard to imagine. If he were to face this blood-colored halberd head-on, he was afraid that he would not have a good ending. The Black Smoke King also felt the peerless killing intent in the starry sky. Then he saw the blood-colored halberd break through the air, and his pupils could not help but shrink. He wanted to avoid it, but the killing intent of the blood-colored halberd was too terrifying. It firmly locked onto him. He knew very well that no matter where he hid, he would not be able to avoid this blood-colored halberd. This was because he had been completely locked onto, unless he could break free from this killing intent. Unfortunately, he knew very well that he could not do so at the moment. Whoosh! The blood-colored halberd violently pierced through the Black Smoke King. Then, the Black Smoke King's body was sent flying, dispersing into countless grayish-white mists. These grayish-white mists tumbled and fell not far away. They once again condensed into the Black Smoke King's body. However, the Black Smoke King's face was increasingly pale. The moment the Black Smoke King reformed his body, his expression changed greatly again. This was because the killing intent did not disappear. Instead, it locked onto him once again. Then the blood-colored halberd suddenly turned around and pierced through the Black Smoke King once again, destroying him. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the killing intent spread, the Black Smoke King had nowhere to hide. It was like a cycle of reincarnation. He was pierced and shattered by the blood-colored halberd again and again. He was shattered a total of 9 times. When the Black Smoke King reformed his body for the 10th time, the blood-colored halberd suddenly collapsed. The peerless killing intent also disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Blood Scale violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body was overflowing with bloody mist. He could no longer maintain the Devourer King form and reverted to the body of a man dressed in blood-red clothes. His face was pale and bloodless. Zhuowen rolled up his sleeves and caught Blood Scale's flying body. I've already done my best. This Black Smoke King's innate ability is too abnormal. I've killed him 10 times, but this guy won't die at all. Blood Scale said with a bitter smile. At this moment, Blood Scale was on the verge of collapse. His entire body was powerless. He could not even maintain the Devourer King form. This showed how weak he was. The Black Smoke King sighed softly. Although he was also on the verge of exhaustion, he was still relieved in his heart. His innate ability could only be used 12 times at most. Now that he had used it 10 times in a row, there were only 2 more times left. After these 2 times were used up, if he were to be killed again, he would really be done for. Fortunately, Blood Scale was already completely exhausted. Otherwise, the Black Smoke King knew that he would really be done for. Now, all he needed to do was stall for time. When the Black Smoke race arrived, these 2 people would undoubtedly die, and he would certainly be saved. Zhuowen turned his head and looked behind him. In the distance, he could vaguely see a black mass that covered the sky and covered the earth. Although he could not see it clearly, he knew that it should be the endless Black Smoke race. He had not expected the Black Smoke race to arrive so quickly. He had to completely eliminate the Black Smoke King before the Black Smoke race arrived. As he thought of this, Zhuowen suddenly stepped forward. His hands quickly formed seals. Then his right index finger bent and pointed at the void. Suddenly, the heavenly path energy in the starry sky boiled. With a light tap of his finger, the boiling heavenly Tao energy frantically condensed into a huge finger. This finger was only a few dozen feet in size, but the terrifying heavenly path aura that emanated from it caused the Black Smoke King's heart to tremble. What kind of innate ability is this? The Black Smoke King only had time to say this one sentence before the heavenly path finger pointed at the void. Then The Black Smoke King did not even have time to grunt before he was annihilated by the Heavenly Path Finger. After that, the Black Smoke King reformed his body with great difficulty not far away. Zhuo-wen violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he pointed his right finger again. The Heavenly Path Finger once again blasted toward the Black Smoke King, who had just reformed his body. Without exception, the Black Smoke King was once again blasted into smithereens. When the Heavenly Path Finger blasted toward the Black Smoke King for the third time, the Black Smoke King knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He knew that this time he would not be able to use his life-saving innate ability. This time he would truly die. Chapter 2536. Diverting the trouble when the Black Smoke King was completely annihilated by the slaughtering Dao Finger, the countless Black Smoke tribe members in the distance seemed to have sensed something. Zhuo-wen looked at the endless Black Smoke tribe members in the distance. They were like black clouds pressing down on the border, and he was scared witless. He knew that the Black Smoke King must have notified the entire Black Smoke tribe in the Six Desires heavenly domain. With so many Black Smoke tribe members, it was enough to annihilate Zhuo-wen and Bloodscale into nothingness. Zhuo-wen had already set up a concealment formation behind them. Furthermore, the Black Smoke tribe members were very far away. Zhuo-wen believed that the Black Smoke tribe members had not seen him and Bloodscale kill the Black Smoke King. It seemed that the Black Smoke King had sent a message to the Black Smoke tribe members before he died. Although he did not know the content of the message, Zhuo-wen could guess that his and Bloodscale's identities had definitely been exposed. Zhuo-wen, what should we do? Bloodscale's face was still pale. After using his trump card just now, his injuries were extremely severe. Now he could barely do some basic movements. It was impossible for him to fight. Zhuo-wen had used the slaughtering Dao Finger, which had consumed a lot of his energy. Not to mention that Zhuo-wen and Bloodscale were currently not in their best condition. Even if they were, they would not be a match for the endless Black Smoke tribe members. We need to find a scapegoat. Zhuo-wen swept in front of the black hole barrier and immediately formed a seal with both hands. At the same time, he took out 81 beast bone array discs and began to deduce the way the barrier worked. The way the barrier worked was extremely clever. Even though Zhuo-wen had already become a level 9 divine array master, Zhuo-wen knew that he was still far from being able to break the barrier. However, what he was doing now was not to break the barrier. Instead, he was changing the position of the barrier, causing the original position of the barrier to change slightly. Of course, while changing the location of the barrier, Zhuo-wen was also deciphering the location of the barrier. He understood clearly that the experts of the Devouring Clan were on the other side of the barrier. What he needed to do now was to lure the experts of the Devouring Clan to the 8 heavens. Then he would change the location of the barrier. Zhuo-wen, hurry up. The Black Smoke tribe is not far from us. Bloodscale could vaguely guess what Zhuo-wen was going to do. Zhuo-wen's eyes were solemn. His hands formed hand seals at an extremely fast speed, like a howling gale. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. All right, I'll set up a temporary teleportation array and teleport back to Pill Furnace City. I've changed the location of this barrier. I'm afraid the experts of the great desolate heaven territory can't find it in a short time, and that expert of the Devouring Clan will follow the mark I've left to teleport to this place. After saying that, Zhuo-wen changed his hand seals. 81 beast bone array discs quickly arranged themselves into an exquisite teleportation array. When he left Pill Furnace City, he had secretly left a teleportation array on the 10th floor of the Pill Tower. The 6 Desires heavenly realm was full of dangers. Zhuo-wen naturally needed to leave a backup plan. Otherwise, if he encountered a crisis, he would be able to leave calmly. After setting up the teleportation array, Zhuo-wen and Bloodscale were teleported away. Not long after they were teleported away, ripples appeared in the black hole barrier in front of them. Then, 2 figures with powerful auras appeared. At first glance, these 2 people looked like humans. However, there was a strange suction force around them. The rocks that floated past them were sucked into nothingness. This is the eight heavens. The energy here is so thin. These two people were extremely tall. They looked like young men in their 20s. However, they were 3 meters tall, much taller than the average human. One of the golden-clothed young men suddenly frowned. He looked ahead with a suspicious expression. "What's wrong, Jinlin?" The white-clothed young man beside the golden-clothed young man suddenly asked. The golden-clothed young man did not answer the white-clothed young man. Instead, he took a step forward and grabbed at the void with his right hand. Suddenly, the space in front of him was torn to pieces, like a piece of paper. "It's a concealment array. I don't know what the Black Smoke King is up to. He clearly informed the king of my clan that he sent you and me here. However, the Black Smoke King dares not to welcome us personally." "How presumptuous!" The golden-clothed young man snorted coldly. The white-clothed young man pointed at the starry sky in front of them and said, "Jinlin, look ahead. Isn't that the Black Smoke tribe? They might be here to welcome us." The golden-clothed young man raised his head and looked at the densely packed black smoke tribe tens of thousands of miles away. He frowned slightly. He realized that these Black Smoke tribe members were aggressive. Something was wrong. However, when he recalled that the two of them were sent by the Devouring King, these Xiaohe Smoke tribe members would not dare to act recklessly. Therefore, he was not too worried. It was only when countless Black Smoke tribe members covered the sky and covered the earth that their attacks landed on the golden-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man did the two of them realize that these Black Smoke tribe members were not here to welcome them. Instead, they were here to attack them. "You dare to attack our great devouring clan?" The golden-clothed young man shouted angrily. He wanted to use the name of the devouring clan to intimidate these impudent Black Smoke tribe members. However, the golden-clothed young man's words completely infuriated these Black Smoke tribe members. "It must be those two from the devouring clan. Before our king died, he sent us a message. He was ambushed by two from the devouring clan and a human. It is said that the two from the devouring clan disguised themselves as Sajwa and his followers to ambush him. Damn it, our king clearly welcomed you personally and even brought you to welcome the experts from the devouring clan. You actually ambushed our king and caused his death. Do you think that our Black Smoke tribe is easy to bully? What nonsense are you spouting? Just kill these two bastards." "So what if they are from the devouring clan? This is not the primitive heavenly region. It has long been the territory of our Black Smoke tribe. Just two from the devouring clan. Kill them." Instantly, the endless attacks of the Black Smoke tribe members became more and more terrifying as they poured down on them. The golden-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man's faces changed drastically. They used all of their skills to resist the endless attacks. However, they were baffled. The two of them had just arrived in the 8 heavenly regions. They had not even seen the Black Smoke King yet, but they were already attacked by the endless Black Smoke tribe members. Moreover, these Black Smoke tribe members said that the two of them had killed their Black Smoke King. This was simply ridiculous. Although the golden-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man were confused, they knew that the two of them had taken the blame for someone else. "Jinlin, what should we do?" The white-clothed young man's face was extremely ugly as he looked at the golden-clothed young man beside him. The golden-clothed young man roared, "We must have been set up by someone else. There are too many of these Black Smoke tribe members. Let's go back to the primitive heavenly region." Chapter 25:37. Ma Yujia's message, bastard. Someone actually set up a defensive formation here. Break for me. The golden-clothed young man cursed. With a roar, he revealed his huge golden beast body. His huge beast claws cut through the starry sky and heavily slammed into the defensive array. Immediately, the array was smashed into countless pieces. However, It was this defensive formation that delayed his most precious time to escape. The Black Smoke tribe at the front naturally guessed the golden-clothed youth's intention. Then, countless Black Smoke tribe members rushed in from the front, pushing the golden-clothed youth and the white-clothed youth away. Even though the two devouring clan members had revealed their true forms and their strength had increased greatly, there are too many Black Smoke tribe members. They were densely packed and attacked without any regard for their lives. The two devouring clan members could only be pushed further and further away from the boundary. In the empty 10th floor of the Pill Tower in Pill Furnace City, ripples appeared in space. Then, two figures appeared on the 10th floor. After entering the Pill Tower, Zhuowen immediately extended his soul consciousness to the outside world. He found that Pill Furnace City and even the Pill Furnace Star area were empty. There was not a single Black Smoke tribe member. In the star areas around the Pill Furnace Star area, there was basically no sign of the Black Smoke tribe. Zhuowen knew that the Black Smoke King must have summoned them to the northern part of the Heaven region. Let's disguise ourselves as the Black Smoke tribe again and leave the Six Desires Heavenly region immediately. I think the Black Smoke tribe members will realize it soon. When that time comes, we won't be able to escape. As Zhuowen spoke, he disguised himself as a member of the Black Smoke tribe again. Bloodscale also nodded. After disguising themselves as members of the Black Smoke tribe, the two of them quietly left the Pill Furnace Star area. After discovering that there were basically no Black Smoke tribe members around, Zhuowen immediately took out the space-time wheel and quickly flew toward the border of the Six Desires Heavenly region. Half a day later, the space-time wheel landed on the Steel Continent at the border of the Six Desires Heavenly region. On the way from the Pill Furnace Star area to the Steel Continent, Zhuowen basically did not see any Black Smoke tribe members. However, when he arrived at the Steel Continent, he immediately discovered that there were thousands of Black Smoke tribe members on the continent. Fortunately, Zhuowen's consciousness had already sensed that something was wrong with this Steel Continent, so he had already put away the space-time wheel before entering. Otherwise, the Black Smoke tribe would definitely suspect a Flying Divine artifact. The entrance of Zhuowen and Bloodscale didn't elicit any reaction from the Black Smoke tribe on the Steel Continent. At most, some of them glanced at Zhuowen and Bloodscale before casually floating around the continent. "Brother, our king has fallen. Why don't you help the other clansmen kill the real culprit?" Zhuowen casually pulled a Black Smoke race member aside and asked politely. The Black Smoke race member sized up Zhuowen and said coldly, "This is the border of the Heaven region. We were ordered by our king to guard this place and try to break the seal of this border. Don't you know this?" Zhuowen smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, I was too worried about my king's safety that I didn't think of it." "Humph, we have so many clansmen. What can two devouring clan members do? Moreover, those two devouring clan members are only at the peak of the life and death realm. With such strength, they will definitely die. By the time we get there, I'm afraid those two devouring clan members will already be dead," the Black Smoke race member said indifferently. After the Black Smoke race member left, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a contemplative look. He didn't expect the devouring king of the great desolate heaven region to send two devouring clan members. However, these two devouring clan members were only at the peak of the life and death realm. Their strength was a little too low. Those two devouring clan members must have been sent by the devouring king to test the Black Smoke King. Naturally, he didn't send the real elites. After all, the Six Desires Heaven region is currently the territory of the Black Smoke race. Moreover, the entrance is controlled by the Black Smoke King. The devouring king won't easily send the real elites of the devouring clan here, Bloodscale said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. His gaze passed over the Steel Continent and landed on the end of the continent. He discovered that there was indeed an extremely powerful restriction at the end of the continent. With Zhuowen's eyesight, he discovered that the restriction was actually a level 9 defensive formation. The power of this defensive formation was even more exquisite and powerful than the defensive formation that Zhuowen had set up. Obviously, it wasn't set up by an ordinary level 9 divine array master. At this moment, there were many black smoke race members guarding the edge of the defensive formation. There were also other black smoke race members observing the defensive formation. They seemed to be trying to find some clues from the defensive formation. Zhuowen's consciousness entered the defensive formation. He wasn't worried about being suspected by the other black smoke race members, because the other black smoke race members observing the defensive formation also sent their consciousness into the defensive formation. This wasn't strange at all. However, the moment Zhuowen's consciousness entered the defensive formation, a wave of fluctuation actually came from the defensive formation. Then, a familiar voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. "Brother Zhuo, I'll be waiting for you in the river of space-time quicksand. Come quickly." Zhuowen retracted his consciousness and focused his gaze. He wasn't unfamiliar with that voice. Wasn't it the voice of Ma Yujie, who he hadn't seen in a long time? Speaking of the river of space-time quicksand, Zhuowen thought of the mysterious head. He still had the mysterious head's left eye and heart in his spirit ring. He had inherited Miao Bang's memories from the true dragon blood pool. He knew that the mysterious head's owner was called Xue Wuhan and was very powerful. There was still some time before Xue Wuhan's appointment, so Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry to return the left eye and heart. However, why did Ma Yujie want him to go into the river of space-time quicksand? However, there was one thing that Zhuowen was certain of. The defensive formation at the edge of the defensive formation was definitely set up by Ma Yujie. Otherwise, Ma Yujie wouldn't have left his consciousness in the defensive formation. Ma Yujie's consciousness must have sensed Zhuowen's aura. So he sent this strand of consciousness to Zhuowen. "How is it? Can you break this defensive formation?" Bloodscale asked when he saw Zhuowen in a daze. "It's not easy to break it, but I have something to do now. I'm afraid I need to go somewhere. I need to leave the Iron Continent first." Then, Zhuowen left the Iron Continent. Although Bloodscale was suspicious of Zhuowen's sudden change of heart, he could only follow him. Zhuowen and Bloodscale's departure didn't attract the attention of the Black Smoke tribe on the Iron Continent. At most, some of them looked at the direction that Zhuowen and Bloodscale had left in with surprise. They just wandered around the continent as if nothing had happened. When Zhuowen left the Iron Continent for the river of space-time quicksand, he realized that the number of Black Smoke tribe members around him had increased. Hence, Zhuowen put away the space-time wheel and drifted in the starry sky like the Black Smoke tribe members. "It seems like the two devouring clan members have been dealt with," Bloodscale said in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. He knew that the Black Smoke tribe members had increased in number because they had returned from the northern part of the Heaven region. The return of these Black Smoke tribe members meant that the two devouring clan members would meet a miserable end. The two of them spent a few days before finally arriving at the river of space-time quicksand. At this moment, there were no cultivators in the river of space-time quicksand. There were only a few Black Smoke tribe members wandering around. Chapter 2538. The birth of Traceless Blood the Space-Time Quicksand River was divided into 3 regions, namely the Time region, the Space region, and the Space-Time region. Zhuowen had already comprehended the space-time law to great success, so the space-time quicksand river didn't affect him at all. Of course, even if Zhuowen hadn't comprehended the space-time law, the space-time quicksand river wouldn't affect him much with his current strength. After all, the space-time law in the space-time quicksand river wasn't complete and wasn't very powerful. It could only pose a significant obstacle to cultivators below the Void Sky Ninth Step. However, for cultivators above the Void Sky Ninth Step, the space-time law in the space-time quicksand river was probably child's play. Of course, even a Void Sky Ninth Step expert wouldn't have had a good time in the mystic realm that Zhuowen had entered, because that mystic realm was controlled by the mysterious head. Even though Zhuowen was strong enough now, he was still very wary of the mysterious head. He knew that even though the mysterious head's body was incomplete, its strength was still far beyond that of a cultivator in the life and death boundary. After entering the space-time quicksand river, Zhuowen quickly passed through the time and space regions according to his memory and entered the third region, the space-time region. The space-time region was gray everywhere. This was a special color formed by the overlapping of the space-time law and the space law. After walking in the space-time region for 3 days, Zhuowen stopped and looked ahead. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a beautiful world that was completely different from the gray and dim aura of the rest. Standing here, Zhuowen felt like he was standing on a beach where the sun was about to set below the sea level. The red sunset glow was like a rainbow, forming a rainbow bridge over the sea in the distance. It also looked like flames devouring the sea level. It looked magnificent and majestic. Bloodscale, who was next to Zhuowen, was stunned when he saw this scene. He immediately sighed and said, "It's really a beautiful place. The space-time law here is really powerful. The place we're going to is the cliff at the end of the sea level." As Zhuowen spoke, he pointed to the front. At the furthest point of the sunset, a cliff slowly stood on the surface of the sea, as if it was sending off the last ray of the setting sun. Bloodscale nodded. Although his face was still a little pale, his injuries were a little better than before. However, the side effects of using his trump card were too great, so he had to slowly recuperate to fully recover. Although the space-time law of this sea of sunset was terrifying, it did not affect Zhuowen at all. Bloodscale was already extremely powerful, so it naturally did not affect him much. When the two of them arrived in front of the cliff, Zhuowen subconsciously wanted to dive into the sea at the edge of the cliff. He found that the sea water was completely frozen at a certain point. He could not enter the bottom of the sea at all. "You've come." A deep voice slowly sounded out. Soon after, Zhuowen discovered that a blood-red head had appeared above the cliff. The blood-colored head looked down at Zhuowen indifferently, and there was a trace of excitement and anticipation in its indifferent eyes. Zhuowen still could not see through the aura of the blood-colored head. He only felt that the blood-colored head was stronger than him, or even stronger than Bloodscale. This person is very powerful. Bloodscale only said a few words, but his eyes were filled with vigilance. Zhuowen nodded. He also looked at the blood-colored head with some vigilance. At the same time, he secretly scanned the entire blood-colored cliff with his consciousness. He wanted to see where Ma Yujie was hiding. "Brother Zhua, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a slightly sharp voice sounded, and a fat figure slowly walked out from the back of the cliff. "Wasn't it Ma Yujie?" Zhuowen glanced at Ma Yujie, then looked at the blood-colored head above, and said solemnly, "Senior, do you want me to fulfill our agreement?" The blood-colored head just stared at Zhuowen without saying anything. Zhuowen frowned, but he could not help but take a few steps back. But soon he discovered that an extremely terrifying killing intent had firmly locked onto him, causing him to be frozen in place, unable to move. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen's eyes darkened. The blood-colored head said indifferently, "According to the agreement, you will hand over my left eye and heart. I won't make things difficult for you. After all, we've already reached an agreement. I won't attack you." Zhuowen sneered inside. He knew that he had no other choice now, so he took out the mysterious eyeball and heart from his spirit ring. As soon as the mysterious eyeball appeared, it let out an excited hiss, then shot out and drilled into the blood-colored head's empty left eye, while the heart slowly floated beside the blood-colored head. "You've done well." The mysterious head revealed a satisfied expression, and then an extremely terrifying aura erupted from within the blood-colored cliff. Afterwards, the sea of sunset that had been frozen in place by the laws of space-time began to boil, and countless pillars of water shot up. Zhou heart sank, and he hurriedly retreated. But he was also struck by the terrifying aura, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. After retreating to a safe distance, Zhou discovered that the blood-colored cliff had completely shattered. At the bottom of the blood-colored cliff, a headless body that was several feet long had actually rushed out. The headless body's limbs were bound by blood-red chains, and the left side of its chest was empty. Clearly, its heart had been dug out. With Zhou eyesight, he could naturally tell that the blood-red chains were condensed from space-time force. Moreover, the space-time force was far more terrifying than the sum of all the space-time force in the Sea of Sunset, or even the entire river of space-time quicksand. Space-time Master, you've sealed me away for so long. Today, I, Xue Wuhan, am finally free. The moment the headless body appeared, the blood-red head landed on the headless body, and then the beating heart shot into the left side of the headless body's chest. Rumble. Immediately, the entire Sea of Sunset shook even more terrifyingly. Even the Black Smoke clan that was far away from the river of space-time, quicksand, sensed the abnormalities in the river, and they were all surprised. Shatter! Xue Wuhan suddenly swung his hands, and the blood-red chains that bound his limbs immediately began to crack. Xue Wuhan constantly struggled, and more cracks appeared on the surface of the chains. In the end, they completely shattered, and Xue Wuhan regained his freedom. Xue Wuhan laughed heartily at the sky. His laughter was filled with delight and relief, and it even seemed a little crazy. At this moment, the Sea of Sunset began to boil even more violently. Waves of profound energy began to spread, and even from afar, Zhou could sense the terror of the energy. As a result, he was forced to retreat even further. Chapter 2539. The origin of Traceless Bloodjuan's eyes were extremely solemn. He knew that Traceless Blood's strength wasn't low, especially after inheriting the memories of Miao Bang. He knew that Traceless Blood was terrifying. It's just that he didn't expect that Traceless Blood was actually a powerhouse in the second step of Tao confirming. Now he somewhat doubted whether Traceless Blood was a cultivator from one of the 8 heavens. It should be known that the 8 heavens don't even have a real powerhouse in the Tao confirming realm, let alone a powerhouse in the second step. In addition, Zhou guessed that the Space-Time Lord shouldn't be an ordinary person. Since he was able to seal such a terrifying powerhouse like Traceless Blood, Zhou guessed that the Space-Time Lord was also a powerhouse in the second step of Tao confirming. Whoosh! After Traceless Blood's body was completely reassembled, the energy of the entire Sea of Sunset, or rather, the entire space-time quicksand river, rushed madly into Traceless Blood's body. At this moment, Traceless Blood became the center of a huge vortex inside the space-time quicksand river. Feeling such a huge movement around him, Zhou face changed slightly, and he quickly rushed out of the Sea of Sunset. At the same time, he summoned the phagocytosis to resist the tearing force formed by this terrifying energy vortex. Bloodscale hasn't fully recovered due to his serious injuries, so he was taken into the inner world by Zhou to slowly recover. Brother Ma, what the hell is going on? Shouldn't you explain it to me? Zhou turned his head and looked at Ma Yujie on the side. After Traceless Blood's body was reassembled, the latter immediately retreated to a spot not far away from Zhou. Ma Yujie's fat face was still smiling. He looked at Zhou and said, "This senior's name is Traceless Blood, and he came from the 9th heaven. I heard that he chased a powerhouse of the witch race to the 8 heavens in the past. Later, he had a conflict with the Space-Time Lord, and both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, he was dismembered and suppressed here by the Space-Time Lord." Zhou frowned slightly. He looked at Ma Yujie. Although he wasn't sure if what the latter said was true or false, he knew that Traceless Blood wasn't a cultivator from the 8 heavens. Is the Space-Time Lord also from the 9th heaven? Zhou asked. Ma Yujie shook his head and said, "The Space-Time Lord isn't from the 9th heaven, but a powerhouse from the space beast race called the Great Desolate Heaven." I heard that the space-time lord secretly followed the witch race powerhouse to the 8 heavens. I wonder if the witch race powerhouse has any secrets? Zhuowen's heart trembled. He was sure that the sorcerer tribe expert that Ma Yujie was talking about was the Miao tribe. Miao Bang's strength was not considered strong. He was probably only at primordial chaos master's level. He was still quite far away from the second step of Dao validation. The space-time master was definitely a second-step Dao validation expert. Since the master of time and space had secretly followed Miao Bang here, he probably suspected that Miao Bang knew about the Zhuronggu. Later on, for some reason, he had a conflict with Traceless Blood. Thus, a great battle broke out, and both sides suffered. What Zhuowen was worried about now was whether Traceless Blood knew the secret of Miao Bang. If he knew, Zhuowen might also be suspected by him. At that time, he might be in danger. Generally speaking, Zhuowen leaving the space-time quicksand river now is a wiser move. But he knows that once he leaves now, he will really be finished. Leaving means that he has a guilty conscience. With Traceless Blood's terrifying strength, once he recovers, catching him back is just a piece of cake. So leaving now will only make Traceless Blood suspicious. If he faces it openly, Traceless Blood won't think too much. Brother Zhua, you should have entered the small world of the blood-stained cliff again, right? I don't know if you found the blood-colored Dao tree in the abyss of the cliff? Ma Yujie suddenly said mysteriously. Zhuowen said seriously, I did find the blood-colored Dao tree, but unfortunately it can't be transplanted. Otherwise, I would have already transplanted it. Ma Yujie frowned. He didn't expect Zhuowen to not take the blood-colored Dao tree away. He sighed and said, so that's how it is. Originally, the blood-colored Dao tree was quite useful to me. I originally planned to use the space-time key to exchange for it with Brother Zhua. Since that's the case, then forget it. When Zhuowen heard that Ma Yujie was planning to use the space-time key to exchange with him, his expression changed. He changed his words and said, later on, I went again and used the Heavenly Way origin to successfully transplant the blood-colored Dao tree. Ma Yujie smiled, not minding that Zhuowen had suddenly changed his mind. Instead, he said in pleasant surprise, if that's really the case, then that's great. If Brother Zhua doesn't mind, how about exchanging the space-time key with you for the blood-red Dao tree? Zhuowen had some doubts in his heart. He knew Ma Yujie's character very well. This guy wouldn't make a deal where he would lose out. Zhuowen had also studied the blood-colored Dao tree. Apart from being able to produce Dao fruits and having a strong Dao aura, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. He didn't know what Ma Yujie was selling. Although the space-time key is precious, you still need to collect 3. 1 is no different from having none. Zhuowen said awkwardly. The corner of Ma Yujie's eyes twitched. He quickly took out 10 Dao fruits from his spirit ring. At the same time, he took out a dozen supreme-grade Starry Sky divine veins and said, with these, it should be enough. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. This Ma Yujie was really generous. He actually took out 10 Dao fruits at once. Back then, this guy had told him that he only had less than 10 Dao fruits. Now he was showing his true colors. However, Zhuowen didn't care. He waved his sleeve and put away the Dao fruits and Starry Sky divine veins. At the same time, he took out the blood-colored Dao tree. This blood-colored Dao tree was of little value to him. Although he knew that this blood-colored Dao tree might not be ordinary. Since Ma Yujie had taken a fancy to it, Zhuowen couldn't see through the use of this blood-colored Dao tree. It was useless to keep it by his side. It was better to exchange it for something useful to him. Zhuowen himself had comprehended a powerful space-time sacred art and had comprehended the laws of space-time. He was the best candidate to enter the space-time temple. Perhaps he could enter the space-time temple and gain a new understanding. At that time, his space-time sacred art would be completely perfected and become even stronger. Ma Yujie took the blood-colored Dao tree and checked it several times. Then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Brother Joie, you really keep your word." Rumble. After Zhuowen and Ma Yujie completed the exchange, the entire river of space-time quicksand exploded. Then Zhuowen was shocked to find that the huge river of space-time quicksand had completely collapsed. Then his gaze fell on Shui Wuhan, who was in the core area of the river of space-time quicksand. His heart trembled. He knew that Shui Wuhan had absorbed all the energy in the river of space-time quicksand. Chapter 2540. Loose black hole. When the space-time quicksand river had completely exploded, Zhuowen realized that the Black Smoke tribe, which had originally been few in number, had become extremely dense. Originally, the Black Smoke tribe had already noticed the abnormality of the space-time quicksand river. Now that the space-time quicksand river had completely exploded, revealing the 3 humans within, the Black Smoke tribe was stunned at first. Then they roared furiously. Whoosh! 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 Countless Black Smoke tribe members flew towards Zhuowen and Ma Yujie in unison. Zhuowen looked at the endless Black Smoke tribe members around him. He estimated that there were at least a few 100,000 of them. Furthermore, he realized that the Black Smoke tribe members in the distance were also rushing over. The news of the 3 humans appearing here would probably spread quickly throughout the Black Smoke tribe. At that time, they would not be facing just a few 100,000 Black Smoke tribe members. They would be facing the entire Black Smoke tribe members. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie subconsciously retreated behind Shui Wuhan. They knew that Shui Wuhan was very powerful. Furthermore, the space-time quicksand river had been destroyed because of him. Naturally, they would seek his protection. Shui Wuhan did not care about Zhuowen and Ma Yujie's little actions. Instead, he looked at the Black Smoke tribe members surging over and snorted coldly. Mere Black Smoke tribe members, the lowest race in the Eldritch domain, dare to be impudent in front of me? With that, Shui Wuhan grabbed at the air with his right hand. Instantly, 4 huge blood-red whirlpools appeared around him, covering 4 directions around him. The 4 blood-red whirlpools were like a meat grinder, constantly grinding the Black Smoke tribe members in the surroundings into pieces. The more Black Smoke tribe members there were, the stronger the blood-red whirlpools became. Zhuowen watched the Black Smoke tribe members being ground into pieces. His heart was filled with reverence. Zhuowen knew very well that if he faced the blood-red whirlpools head-on, his end would not be any better than the Black Smoke tribe members. Traceless blood was worthy of being a second-step Dao-confirming expert. The move he revealed was actually so powerful. Furthermore, from the expression on Shui Wuhan's face, this move was just a casual move. In just 10 breaths of time, the hundreds of thousands of Black Smoke race members around the space-time river of quicksand had been wiped out. More Black Smoke race members were surging in from afar. However, when the Black Smoke race discovered that hundreds of thousands of their brethren had been killed, they all revealed terrified expressions. Zhuowen discovered that many of the Black Smoke race in the distance were already retreating. They were beginning to distance themselves from the space-time river of quicksand. Shui Wuhan glanced indifferently at the Black Smoke tribe in the distance. With a wave of his sleeve, the 4 blood-colored vortexes rushed out and landed in the middle of the Black Smoke tribe. Instantly, more and more Black Smoke tribe members were sucked into the blood-red whirlpool and exterminated. In the confrontation between Traceless Shui and the Black Smoke tribe, Traceless Shui had the absolute upper hand. Moreover, it was a one-sided massacre. The Black Smoke tribe didn't even have the power to resist. When he saw this scene of devastation, Zhuowen felt that the Black Smoke race was rather pitiful for the first time. They had encountered someone as ruthless as Traceless Shui, so they were basically being tortured to death. After Traceless Shui had basically wiped out all the Black Smoke race in this region of space, he finally stopped. He looked at Zhuowen and said, It looks like the doors of profundity of the 8 heavens have been opened. Who blasted them open? Zhuowen didn't dare to be negligent in front of traceless Shui. He cupped his fists and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Senior, the doors of profundity were blasted open by 6 heavens' lords." Apparently, it was the idea of Sakyamuni from the Nadi Shiva domain. Zhuowen immediately put the blame on Sakyamuni. He and Sakyamuni had long been mortal enemies. Although the Nadi Shiva hadn't appeared since Palace Master Wujua had been killed, Zhuowen had a premonition. However, Zhuowen kept having a bad premonition. If he wasn't wrong, then Sakra was probably a half-step Heaven Dao Lord. In addition, he hadn't appeared for dozens of years. Zhuowen guessed that the Nadi Shiva was probably in seclusion. The only possibility for Sakyamuni to be in seclusion was that he was confident that he could successfully validate his Tao. Once Sakyamuni succeeded in validating his Tao and became the heavenly Tao master, Zhuowen knew that he would be in trouble. No matter how strong his 3 extreme realms were, or how terrifying his space-time ability was, there was still a big gap between him and the heavenly Tao master. When that happened, he would be in trouble. Zhuowen was actually looking forward to seeing if traceless Shui could deal with the Nadi Shiva. If he could, he would be able to help him get rid of a huge threat. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was disappointed to find that traceless Shui only nodded. He continued to ask, "Then, other than the black smoke race, are there any other races that have entered the 8 heavens?" "Not yet." Zhuowen explained the current situation of the 8 heavens. Since traceless Shui came from the Xian Mi heavenly domain of the 9th heaven, he should know about the threat of the primitive heavenly domain. If he could use traceless Shui to eliminate all the black smoke race in the 6 desires heavenly domain and seal the boundary, that would be the best. The 8 heavens are very important to the Xian Mi heavenly domain. We can't let the alien races from the primitive heavenly domain invade. Take me to the door of profundity. We must strengthen the boundary and seal it, traceless Shui said solemnly. Zhuowen nodded and took traceless Shui and Ma Yujie to the northern part of the heavenly domain. Along the way, the number of black smoke race members increased. Zhuowen knew that the 2 devouring clan members had been killed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many black smoke race members on the road. As expected, when traceless Shui led Zhuowen and Ma Yujie past, all the black smoke race members threw themselves at them without any regard for their lives. Unfortunately, these black smoke race members weren't even ants in front of traceless Shui. They were killed easily. Along the way, traceless Shui encountered tens of millions of black smoke race members. Unfortunately, they were all killed by traceless Shui with a single strike. Therefore, many black smoke race members avoided traceless Shui before they met him. They didn't dare to get close to the terrifying human race. Although the black smoke race hated the human race, they couldn't sacrifice themselves when facing an existence that was far stronger than them. Saving their lives was the most important thing. When the 3 of them arrived at the black hole boundary, traceless Shui's eyes became extremely solemn. Even Zhuowen was shocked to find that the black hole was several times bigger than when he had left. All the restrictions he had placed on the black hole boundary had disappeared. Zhuowen guessed that the 2 members of the devouring clan had destroyed those restrictions. Perhaps they knew that they had been tricked, so they had used this method to take revenge. Haha, I didn't think that the passage to the 8 heavenly domains would be opened again. Hee hee. Suddenly, an extremely evil voice came from the black hole. This voice contained a powerful force that could shake one's soul. Zhuowen knew that the owner of this voice was definitely a top expert. Zhuowen didn't think that the experts of the primitive heavenly domain would discover the black hole boundary so quickly. From this evil voice, Zhuowen could feel that the owner of this voice wasn't much weaker than traceless Shui. Chapter 2541. Ma Yujie and Wu Hin Shui's departure. Bang, bang, bang. A huge black arm suddenly stretched out from the black hole. This black arm was as thin as firewood, and it looked extremely strange. Traceless Blood's fist suddenly collided with the black arm. Immediately, terrifying ripples erupted one after another. Then, the surrounding space exploded. After Traceless Blood threw a punch, he twisted his waist and quickly threw out hundreds of punches. Each punch carried an extremely pungent smell of blood, and the energy within it was extremely terrifying. The black arm clearly did not expect Wu Hin Xue to suddenly attack so violently. In an instant, the arm was smashed into pieces. An extremely unwilling groan came from the black hole. The moment the owner of the evil voice was blasted into the black hole, Wu Hin Xue formed a seal with both hands. Then, blood-red energy gushed out and formed an extremely complicated blood-red magic array in front of the black hole. The moment Zhuowen saw the blood-red magic array, his pupils shrank. He could not understand the patterns of the blood-red magic array at all. After all, he was a level 9 divine array master. What kind of array was this that even he couldn't understand? Brother Zhua, this is the blood-red meteor array. It is a heavenly fate level magic array. Ordinary heavenly fate masters cannot break this blood-red meteor array. To break this blood-red meteor array, one must at least have the strength of profound theory master, Ma Yujie explained calmly. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He had already learned about the Tao proving realm from Bloodscale. He knew that heavenly fate masters were the first major realm of the second step of Tao proving realm. Even in the untainted heavenly realm, experts at this realm were considered extremely powerful. Profound theory master was the second major realm of the second step of Tao proving realm. The number of experts at this level was pitifully small. Of course, this was only relative to the vast number of creatures in the heavenly realm. After setting up the bloody light meteor formation, Xue Wuhin nodded to Zhuowen seriously. Then he looked at Ma Yujie and said, "This bloody light meteor formation can only last for 20 years at most. If the experts of Lord Xuanji from the untainted heavenly domain come out, the bloody light meteor formation will be broken immediately. I need to go back to the Xianmi heavenly region to inform the Emperor Kong Mountain." Ma Yujie revealed a respectful expression and immediately cupped his hands at Xue Wuhin. "Senior, please take me with you. I found this by accident. I hope you will kindly accept it." With that, Ma Yujie took out a blood knife and a blood-colored Tao tree from his spirit ring and handed them to Xue Wuhin. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He finally understood why Ma Yujie wanted to trade with him. It turned out that he wanted to return the blood-colored Tao tree to Xue Wuhin and ask Xue Wuhin to take him back to the Xianmi heavenly domain. From the looks of it, Ma Yujie should also be a cultivator from the Xianmi heavenly domain. Zhuowen was also familiar with the blood knife that Ma Yujie handed over. It was the same blood knife that Miao Bang saw before he died. However, the blood knife now looked rusty, and there were many cracks on its surface. It should have been damaged in a battle. After seeing the blood knife and the blood-colored Tao tree in Ma Yujie's hand, Xue Wuhin's calm eyes were filled with a trace of fanaticism and excitement. However, he quickly restrained it. Xue Wuhin calmly put away the blood-colored Tao tree and the blood knife. Then he nodded at Ma Yujie and said, "Not bad. Help me find the blood Tao tree and the blood soul carry. I can take you across the heavenly moat and enter the Xianmi heavenly domain." Ma Yujie's eyes were calm. He cupped his hands at Xue Wuhin and said, "Thank you, senior. When will you go out?" "Now." Xue Wuhin waved his sleeve. Ma Yujie only felt his body shake. Then he and Xue Wuhin disappeared from where they were. Zhuowen looked at the disappearing Xue Wuhin with a calm gaze. After Xue Wuhin recovered, he had not looked at him from beginning to end. Perhaps in his eyes, Zhuowen was just an ant. It was natural for him to bring Xue Wuhin's left eye and heart. Of course, Zhuowen did not intend to ask for any benefits from Xue Wuhin. Xue Wuhin was much stronger than him. It was good enough that he did not kill him. It was simply a fool's dream to ask for any benefits. Zhuo looked at the space-time key in his hand and shook his head. He knew that he still needed one more key to enter the space-time temple. At present, he had no clue about the third space-time key. Zhuo regretted that he had impulsively exchanged the space-time key with Ma Yuje. However, he also knew that the space-time master could trap an expert like Shui Wuhan. It could be seen that the space-time master was also an expert in the second step of the Tao confirming realm. The cave abode of such an expert would definitely have good treasures. If he could find the third space-time key, its value would definitely far exceed that of the blood-colored Tao tree. Zhuo released Bloodscale. The latter looked at Zhuo in confusion and asked, "Where are you going now?" Zhuo glanced at the blood-colored seal at the boundary and said, "This boundary has been sealed by Shui Wuhan. I think the alien tribes in the untainted heavenly realm won't be able to break it for a while. We should leave the 6 desires heavenly realm." Bloodscale nodded and said, "Can you break the seal at the boundary of the heavenly realm?" "Yes." After Zhuo finished speaking, he left the place. After the exchange with him, Ma Yuje told him how to break the seal. Of course, he also gave him a new array disk. The array disk was given to him together with the space-time key. After Zhuo completely broke the seal, he would reseal the boundary exit. When Zhuo went out this time, he planned to spread the news of the situation in the 6 desires heavenly realm. Almost 90% of the Black Smoke clan had been wiped out by Shui Wuhan, and the Black Smoke King had also been killed by Zhuo Wen and Shuelin. It could be said that the Black Smoke tribe in the 6 desires heavenly realm was no longer a threat. When he returned to the Steel Continent, Zhuo discovered that the number of Black Smoke tribe members had increased by a lot. There had only been a few thousand of them at first, but now there were nearly 10,000 of them. Moreover, the Black Smoke tribe members on the Steel Continent all looked very impetuous. Zhuo knew that these Black Smoke tribe members might have come to seek refuge. After all, Shui Wuhan was too invincible. No matter how many Black Smoke tribe members besieged him, they would basically die. After witnessing the terror of Shui Wuhan, the Black Smoke tribe was truly terrified. Zhuo could even feel that these Black Smoke tribe members on the Steel Continent were all trembling. Zhuo glanced at the seal and discovered that it was intact. He knew that Shui Wuhan probably didn't leave the 6 desires heavenly realm from here. Perhaps an expert like Shui Wuhan didn't even need to use such a method to leave the heavenly realm. He probably directly tore through the heavenly realm's barrier and entered the extraterritorial starry sky. Bloodscale, how are your injuries? Zhuo suddenly looked at Bloodscale and asked. Bloodscale seemed to know Zhuo's plan. He said lightly, "Although I haven't fully recovered, dealing with these Black Smoke tribe members shouldn't be a problem." "All right, then follow me and kill all the Black Smoke tribe members on the Steel Continent." As he spoke, Zhuo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The black smoke around him immediately dispersed. He took out the Emperor's sword and violently swung it dozens of times. Chapter 2542. Back in the Long River Galaxy, the Black Smoke tribe on the Steel Continent were caught off guard when the boundless sword Qi swept across the sky. Many of them were annihilated by the terrifying sword Qi. What's going on? Who ambushed us? It can't be that terrifying expert, right? No, I don't want to face that terrifying expert. He's definitely much stronger than our king. Let's run. I've seen this person before. He's with that expert. Since he's here, that expert is probably not far away. When Zhuo unleashed the sword Qi and was about to attack again, he realized that the Black Smoke tribe did not fight back. Instead, they screamed and fled like headless flies. What's going on? Shuelin, who was about to attack, looked at the Black Smoke tribe members who were running around like headless flies. These Black Smoke tribe must be afraid of Shui Wuhan. Zhuo looked helpless. From the Black Smoke tribe's behavior, he could tell that Xue Wuhan had left a huge shadow in their hearts. Although he was not Xue Wuhan, he had appeared beside Xue Wuhan before. Naturally, the Black Smoke tribe thought that he was one of Xue Wuhan's men. Xue Wuhan had not even come, but the Black Smoke tribe was already so scared. If he came personally, the Black Smoke tribe would surrender immediately. Bloodscale looked at Zhuowen in confusion. He wanted to ask for the latter's opinion. Kill. The Black Smoke tribe is a disaster after all. If we can get rid of them, we have to. Zhuowen shouted coldly. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward. At the same time, he summoned his doppelganger and began to kill the Black Smoke tribe that had escaped from the Steel Continent. The moment Zhuowen made his move, Xue Lin followed suit. Because the Black Smoke tribe was traumatized by Xue Wuhan, they had already been defeated. When they saw Zhuowen and Bloodscale charging at them, their first thought was not to fight back, but to escape. Because of this thought, Zhuowen and Bloodscale did not have much trouble killing the Black Smoke tribe. Soon, almost all the Black Smoke tribe on the Steel Continent had been wiped out by the two of them. Other than a few lucky Black Smoke tribe members who managed to escape, the Steel Continent was now filled with their corpses. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and unleashed his pill fire. He incinerated all the corpses of the Black Smoke clan members on the Steel Continent. Then he walked to the seal. Zhuowen took. Zhuowen placed the disc. Ma Yujia. Zhuowen put. Of Zhuowen took Studio Ma. About an hour later, the seal was completely unsealed under the operation of the array disc. Zhuowen and Bloodscale looked at each other and left the 6 Desires heavenly domain. Of course, Zhuowen did not forget to activate the array disc before he left. Soon after, a new seal appeared at the border exit. It had to be said that Ma Yujia's array Dao level was really amazing. Originally, Zhuowen thought that Ma Yujia was a Tier 9 God Array Dao Master. Now, Zhuowen found that he couldn't see through Ma Yujia's true Array Dao level. At the very least, the array formation patterns contained in Ma Yujia's disc array were extremely complicated. Zhuowen only understood half of it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen sighed in his heart. He knew that he was a frog in a well. He didn't know that there was an even more powerful array, Dao, above a grade 9 array, Dao Divine Master. Therefore, he thought that Ma Yujia was a grade 9 array, Dao Divine Master. Now he did not think so. Ma Yujia's array, Dao, had surpassed a level 9 Divine Array Master. However, Zhuowen did not know what level he was at. After all, he did not know what was above a level 9 Divine Array Master. Ma Yujia had never told him. As for Xue Lin, he was from the untainted heavenly realm. Since the untainted heavenly realm didn't use many restrictive formations, Xue Lin's knowledge of formations was much weaker than Zhuowen's. Bloodscale, take my identity token back to the One Xue Palace in the Brahma heavenly domain. My identity token contains the route to the One Xue Palace. Also, take this crystal ball. It records the specific situation in the 6 Desires heavenly domain. Give it to my wife, Mu Qinxue. Ask her to make many copies of it and spread it out. Zhuowen took out a jade token and a crystal ball. He handed them to Bloodscale. Bloodscale hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded and parted ways with Zhuowen. After watching Bloodscale's figure disappear from sight, Zhuowen withdrew his gaze. He stood in the void and looked in the direction of the Hua Xia heavenly domain. He murmured, "After so many years, I'm going back to the Hua Xia heavenly domain again." In the main city of the Long River Galaxy, the Long River Star Lord, Chi sat on the main seat with a solemn expression. There were several people sitting below him. These people were the upper echelons of the Long River Galaxy. However, they were all frowning. Even Chi was sighing. "My lord, what should we do? That expert wants us to hand over the Long River Galaxy within 10 days. We don't have anything good in the Long River Galaxy. Why does that expert want the Long River Galaxy?" A middle-aged man sighed. Chi, who was sitting on the main seat, frowned. His gaze was gloomy. In fact, even he was puzzled. Their Long River Galaxy was a relatively remote galaxy. How could an ordinary void sky expert take a fancy to their Long River Galaxy? However, that void sky expert took a fancy to his Long River Galaxy and ordered them to move away within 10 days. Should we report this matter to the Tai Ching Immortal Realm? Another person asked tentatively. Chi smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Tai Ching Immortal Realm won't care about such a trivial matter. Even if we report this matter to the Tai Ching Immortal Realm, we'll still have to give up the Long River Galaxy. Moreover, we might become enemies with that void sky expert. The hall fell into silence. The upper echelons were silent and no longer spoke. Everyone get ready. We must move all the living beings in the galaxy away within 10 days. Otherwise, that void sky expert won't show mercy. Chi sighed softly. Yes, the upper echelons in the hall cupped their hands towards Chi and immediately left the hall. Obviously, they were going to arrange the living beings in the galaxy according to Chi's instructions. Chi slumped in his seat. Suddenly, he saw a white-robed youth appear silently in front of the hall. This white-robed youth gave him a familiar feeling. However, Chi soon realized that something was wrong. How did this white-robed youth come in? He didn't notice at all. It was as if he had always been there. Who are you? Chi asked with a frightened expression. The white-robed youth slowly raised his head and looked indifferently at Chi. Brother Chi, can't you recognize me? You are. Chapter 2543. Secrets of the Boundless Taishuan. Chi recognized Zhuowen. His heart was like a stormy sea. When Zhuowen left the Tian domain of Huaxia, he had left behind a great reputation. Even now, when Zhuowen's name was mentioned in the Tian domain of Huaxia, almost no one didn't know him. There was no other reason. It was mainly because of what Zhuowen had done in the Grand Clarity Immortal Realm. As a mere heaven god, he had single-handedly defeated the Blood God Hall and killed 9 of the 10 protectors of the Blood God Hall. He had almost killed the first protector, Shuejian, and injured the master of the Blood God Hall. The creatures of the Huaxia Heaven Domain were all familiar with the Blood Shrine, and their expressions all changed when they heard about it. Although the Blood Divine Hall was not the strongest hall in the Tai Ching Immortal Realm, it was the most difficult and terrifying hall to deal with. As long as one was targeted by the assassins of the Blood Divine Hall, one would basically die. However, Zhuowen had destroyed the Blood God Temple in one fell swoop, when he was only a heavenly god. He had killed almost all of the assassins in the Blood God Temple, and even injured the Blood God. This had shaken the entire Huaxia Heaven region. The reason why Zhuowen was so famous was mainly because Zhuowen's cultivation was too low back then. However, he was able to accomplish such an incredible feat it was not difficult to understand why he was praised by everyone. At this moment, the white-robed young man in front of him had no aura at all. He looked ordinary, but Chi did not dare to underestimate him. Back then, Zhuowen had caused such a huge commotion and suddenly disappeared for hundreds of years, but Chi knew how terrifying this young man was. With Zhuowen's talent and strength, Chi knew that he was definitely a void sky realm expert. According to his estimation, Zhuowen's cultivation should be around 2nd Ascension void sky. Of course, this was only Chi guess. At the same time, he also thought of the void sky powerhouse who had forced the Long River Galaxy. He looked at the white-robed young man in front of him with a hint of hope in his eyes. Although Chi was unable to discern the young man's exact cultivation, he could sense that the young man was even more unfathomable than before. If he could get Zhuowen's support, Chi knew that the void sky powerhouse who was forcing the Long River Galaxy would hesitate to take action. He might even give up on the Long River Galaxy. Zhuowen looked at Chi indifferently. Chi's cultivation level had improved a few hundred years ago. He was already a 2 Calamity True God. However, This bit of cultivation was no different from an ant in his eyes. The reason he had come to the Long River Galaxy was naturally to ask Chi-Chi about the route to the boundless Taishu. Zhuo-wen hadn't stayed in the Huaxia Heaven domain for long. He had only stayed in the Long River Galaxy and the Taiching Immortal Realm. As for the Wuji Taishu, although it was famous in the Huaxia Heaven domain, Zhuo-wen didn't know anything about it. Although the Long River Galaxy was a galaxy at the edge of the Huaxia Heaven territory and was relatively remote, Chi-Chi was still a member of the Huaxia Heaven territory and had stayed in this galaxy for countless years. Zhuo-wen knew that Chi-Chi should know the route to the boundless Taishu. Chi-Chi quickly broke the silence and came up to greet him warmly. His eyes were fervent as he said, "Lord Zhua, your presence brings light to this humble Chi's humble dwelling." Chi-Chi hurriedly invited Zhuo-wen to the head of the 2 rows of seats in the hall. His face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Zhuo-wen just nodded and sat down leisurely. He silently looked at the enthusiastic Chi-Chi. He could tell from Chi-Chi's attitude and expression that the latter had something to ask of him. "Brother Chi, you can just call me Brother Zhua," Zhuo-wen said indifferently. Chi-Chi looked a little embarrassed. Zhuo-wen's actions back then were too earth-shattering. After Chi-Chi recognized Zhuo-wen, he naturally changed the way he addressed him. However, the embarrassment on Chi-Chi's face quickly disappeared, and he said with a smile, "Then I'll have to offend you." Zhuo-wen nodded and said indifferently, "I'm revisiting an old place. I have something to ask of Brother Chi." Chi-Chi was delighted when he heard this. He had something to ask of Zhuo-wen in the first place. Now that he hadn't mentioned it yet, Zhuo-wen had taken the initiative to mention it. He was naturally overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Brother Zhua, feel free to mention it. As long as I, Chi-Chi, am able to do it, I will definitely not refuse." Chi-Chi originally had something to ask of him, now that Zhuo-wen had brought it up first. He knew that if he asked Zhuo-wen to help him later, the latter would probably agree to his request on account of their friendship. "I need the route to the boundless Taishu. Do you have it?" Zhuo-wen asked. Chi-Chi's face stiffened, and he immediately looked at Zhuo-wen in disbelief. "Brother Zhua, you want to go to the boundless Taishu? Why? Is there a problem with me going to the boundless Taishu?" Zhuo-wen asked with a frown when he saw Chi-Chi's strange expression. Chi-Chi sighed. "Brother Zhua, perhaps you still don't know the situation in the boundless Taishu? The boundless Taishu is a great treasure land in the Huaxia heavenly domain. At the same time, it's also very dangerous. I heard that even Void Sky 9 Steps experts are in danger of dying if they enter. Brother Zhua, you're probably planning to enter the boundless Taishu to search for treasures, right? However, I advise you to give up on that idea because the boundless Taishu is now more dangerous than before. I heard that the Hall Master of the North Dock Hall, perfected North Dock, who is ranked 3rd in the 100 halls of the Taiching Immortal Realm, entered the boundless Taishu a few months ago and completely died there. Perfected North Dock was a life enlightenment realm expert. If even such an expert died you." As he spoke, Chi-Chi glanced at Zhuo-wen and shook his head without saying anything. Although he knew that Zhuo-wen was not simple, he also knew that the strength of the white-clothed youth in front of him naturally could not be compared to perfected North Dock. He was simply courting death. "Oh, even a life enlightenment realm expert died there?" Zhuo-wen muttered to himself with a strange look in his eyes. Zhuo-wen had entered many dangerous places. Whether it was the waning, waxing moons, the skeleton world, or the river of space-time quicksand, they were all extremely dangerous places. However, whether it was the waning, waxing moons, the skeleton world, or the river of space-time quicksand, Zhuo-wen knew that it was impossible for a life enlightenment realm expert to die there. At most, it would injure him. After all, Zhuo-wen had just advanced to the life enlightenment realm and was very familiar with it. It should be known that when one's realm reached the life enlightenment realm, their body would produce mysterious life, divine power endlessly. As long as their divine soul was not completely destroyed and the illusory sky bridge was not completely annihilated, It was basically very difficult to kill them. Back then, he had killed the fragrant Desire Palace master of the Six Desires Palace because Zhuowen was too abnormal. Whether it was the death chi or the waning sun above the sea, they were extremely restrained by the mysterious life divine power. In addition, the fragrant Desire Palace master had underestimated his opponent. That was why Zhuowen had been able to kill her so easily. Of course, with Zhuowen's current strength, he could even kill an existence like Palace Master Wu Ju and was close to the level of the naughty Shiva. Although Wuji Taishu was terrifying, Zhuowen did not plan to retreat. However, from what Chi had said, it seemed that Wuji Taishu was not that terrifying in the past. Brother Qi, is there any other reason why Wuji Taishu has become so dangerous? Zhuowen asked. Chapter 2544. The blue-haired Manjuan nodded and said indifferently, Brother Qi, please give me the route to boundless Taishu. Brother Zhuowen, even a life enlightenment realm expert has fallen. Do you still intend to go? Chi looked at Zhuowen in surprise. Is a life enlightenment realm expert that powerful? Just because a life enlightenment realm expert has fallen in boundless Taishu doesn't mean that I, Zhuowen, will also fall in boundless Taishu. Although Zhuowen's tone was indifferent, his eyes were full of confidence. Zhuowen was no longer the little sky god who had just left Heavenly Armor Planet. He was now the ruler of Great Brahma and had killed several life enlightenment realm experts. There were very few in the 8 heavens that could threaten him. What did Zhuowen have to fear? Chi shook his head inwardly, thinking that Zhuowen was a little arrogant. Although what Zhuowen had done back then was extremely sensational, he knew that Zhuowen had relied on the power of Great Pure One's Tao intent and had only injured the Blood God at that time. The Blood God was the Hall Master of the Blood Divine Hall. There was still a gap between him and the Hall Master of the North Dock Hall, perfected North Dock. Zhuowen could not even kill the Blood God back then, so he was naturally far inferior to perfected North Dock. Although it had been a few hundred years, Chi knew that Zhuowen should have improved, but no matter how much he improved, he would at most advance to the Void Sky Realm. As for the Life Enlightenment Realm, how could such an extraordinary realm be achieved in a few hundred years? Seeing Chi-Chi's expression, Zhuowen knew that the latter did not believe him at all. However, he did not care and said indifferently, Brother Qi, I only want the route to boundless Taishu. Seeing that Zhuowen didn't listen to his advice, Chi simply stopped talking. He immediately took out a jade slip from his spirit ring and handed it to Zhuowen. Brother Zhua, this jade slip records the approximate route to boundless Taishu. Also, I remember that boundless Taishu has been sealed off by many forces of the heaven domain. Something big might have happened inside, so be careful. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he took the jade slip. He checked it and found that the route in the jade slip was too rough. If he followed the rough route in the jade slip, he might not be able to reach Wuji Taishu. There should be some deviation. What Zhuowen needed was a specific route, not a rough map like this. Fortunately, the proximate route was recorded on the map. Zhuowen only needed to roughly deduce the route, and he should be able to reach boundless Taishu easily. Thank you, Brother Qi. Zhuowen cupped his fists and looked at Chi silently. He knew that Chi probably had something to ask of him. Now that he had asked for the route, he naturally wouldn't leave after taking it. He wasn't that kind of person. Sure enough, Chi told him about his current predicament. It was about that void sky expert telling them to scram from the Long River Galaxy and wanting to occupy it. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a strange expression. The Long River Galaxy could be said to be the outermost region of the Hua Xia heaven domain. It could be considered the weakest galaxy in the entire heaven domain. Not to mention void sky experts. Even true gods were pitifully rare. Yet, someone had set his eyes on the Long River Galaxy. Moreover, the person who had set his eyes on the Long River Galaxy was a void sky expert. Could it be that there was some secret in the Long River Galaxy? Thinking of this, Zhuowen's powerful consciousness radiated outwards, and immediately encompassed the entire long river galaxy. When Chi-Chi felt Zhuowen's powerful consciousness, his legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He looked at Zhuowen in horror, and his heart was in turmoil. What a powerful divine sense! How can Zhuowen have such a powerful divine sense? Under this consciousness, Chi-Chi felt as if he had been stripped naked. There were no secrets on his body to speak of. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhuowen withdrew his consciousness and furrowed his brows. Just now he had used his divine sense to check the long river galaxy inside and out, but he didn't find anything strange about it. "Do you want me to help you drive away that void sky expert?" Zhuowen came back to his senses and looked at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's face became even more respectful, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, I hope that Brother Zhuo can help me, since you lived in the long river galaxy for a period of time. Do you know the specific strength of that void sky expert?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. Chi-Chi looked embarrassed and said, "This Chi's strength is low," so Zhuowen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll help you." "Where is that expert?" Chi-Chi said even more awkwardly, "I don't know where that expert is. I only know that in 10 days, that expert will come to the long river galaxy again. At that time, I'm afraid." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Then I'll wait here for 10 days." Chi-Chi was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. During these 10 days, Zhuowen basically lived in the most luxurious mansion arranged by Chi-Chi. Many cultivators in the Long River Galaxy's main city knew that Chi-Chi had invited a Void Sky expert to oversee the situation. The fear of the Void Sky expert wanting them to move away had subsided a lot. After all, their Long River Galaxy also had a Void Sky expert overseeing it. Naturally, they didn't fear the Void Sky expert who had threatened their galaxy. During these 10 days, Chi-Chi cleverly didn't disturb Zhuowen. On the 10th day, Chi-Chi arrived outside Zhuowen's mansion and bowed respectfully. Brother Zhuo, it's been 10 days." After Chi-Chi finished speaking, the mansion's door opened by itself. A white-clothed youth slowly walked out. However, the white-clothed youth didn't look at Chi-Chi. Instead, he looked at the starry sky outside the main city and said with a slight smile, "The Void Sky expert you mentioned is already here. Moreover, he's an expert at the peak of the 8th step Void Sky stage." "What? An expert at the peak of the 8th step Void Sky stage? How is that possible?" Chi-Chi's body trembled as he shouted in disbelief. The Long River Galaxy didn't even have a Void Sky expert, and an expert at the peak of the 8th step Void Sky stage was already a peak expert in the Heaven domain. Chi-Chi didn't even have the qualifications to meet such an expert. After all, Chi-Chi was simply an ant in front of such an expert. Zhuowen didn't answer Chi-Chi. Instead, he stepped into the void and quietly floated above the Long River Galaxy, bearing the gaze of countless cultivators in the galaxy. This caused a lot of uproar. All the cultivators in the galaxy knew that the white-clothed youth floating alone above the galaxy should be the Void Sky expert that Chi-Chi had invited. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze was calm, but his heart wasn't as calm. He naturally didn't care about an expert at the peak of the 8th step Void Sky stage. What he found strange was that an expert at the peak of the 8th step Void Sky stage actually wanted to snatch an extremely remote galaxy like the Long River Galaxy. It was really too strange. Thinking of this, Zhuowen increasingly felt that there was something hidden in the Long River Galaxy. However, he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Whoosh! Soon, a violent sound of something breaking through the void came from the depths of the starry sky, like a meteor streaking across the starry sky. Soon, this stream of light stopped not far from the Long River Galaxy. "Humph. Chi-Chi, this old man gave you and the Long River Galaxy a chance to survive, but you didn't grasp it well. Don't blame me for being impolite." The stream of light gradually converged, revealing the figure inside. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had blue hair, azure eyes, and even the clothes he was wearing were blue. Chapter 2545. Void Sky Collision. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man released an extremely terrifying killing intent. This killing intent was like a cloud that enveloped the entire Long River Galaxy. Countless cultivators in the Long River Galaxy felt this killing intent and their hearts trembled. They all knelt on the ground. Some of the weaker cultivators even spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces turned pale and their bodies twitched. What a terrifying killing intent. What kind of expert is he? It's over. Our Long River Galaxy actually provoked such a terrifying Void Sky expert. He's at the peak of the Void Sky 8-step. In the Huaxia Heavenly Region, he's already a supreme expert. What should we do? This kind of expert can destroy our Long River Galaxy with a wave of his hand. Didn't our Long River Galaxy's Chi-Chi invite a Void Sky expert? Perhaps he can stop him. You're thinking too much. This young man's aura isn't obvious. Perhaps he really is a Void Sky expert, but I'm afraid he won't be able to stop a peak Void Sky expert. Countless cultivators in the Long River Galaxy were in an uproar. They discussed spiritedly, but their eyes were filled with despair and fear. Chi-Chi's body trembled and a wave of regret rose in his heart. He knew he shouldn't have placed all his hopes on Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen was definitely a Void Sky expert, but it was impossible for him to reach the peak of the Void Sky 8-step in such a short time. Facing this blue-haired, blue-eyed peak Void Sky expert, Chi-Chi knew that Zhuowen would lose without a doubt. Moreover, he would lose his life. You want to destroy the Long River Galaxy? Have you asked me? Zhuowen stood with his hands behind his back and looked calmly at the blue-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man in front of him. Zhuowen felt that this blue-haired, blue-eyed man wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Although his cultivation seemed to be at the peak of the Void Sky 8-step, Zhuowen could feel that there was an even more profound and mysterious power within this man's body. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuowen with his blue eyes. He sneered and said, "You think you're qualified?" Many of the cultivators in the Long River system shook their heads inwardly, thinking that Zhuowen was overestimating himself. After all, the aura of the blue-haired, blue-eyed man was simply too vast. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Just by sensing it, many cultivators felt their hearts tremble. On the other hand, the aura of the white-robed young man was much inferior. It was even somewhat ordinary. All the cultivators in the Long River Galaxy shook their heads and sighed. They knew that the Void Sky expert invited by Chi-Chi was doomed. They knew that even though the white-haired youth was also a Void Sky expert, in their opinion, he was at most a Void Sky expert at the first or second step. There was a huge gap between him and a peak Void Sky expert at the 8th step. All the cultivators in Long River system wanted to retreat. They wanted to take out their flying divine artifacts and leave Long River system as far away as possible. However, these cultivators quickly discovered that their actions were completely futile. This was because the terrifying killing intent radiating from the blue-haired, blue-eyed man had firmly locked onto them, making it difficult for them to circulate their divine power, let alone use their flying artifacts to leave this place. Sigh, we're done for. Chi-Chi's heart sank, especially when he felt the terrifying killing intent. The only hope in his heart had completely dissipated. He knew that the entire Long River system would not be able to escape this calamity. As for Zhuowen, he was afraid that he would also die here. Zhuowen looked indifferently at the blue-haired, blue-eyed man with a contemplative expression. He didn't care about the cultivation of the blue-haired, blue-eyed man. However, there was an obscure aura on the blue-haired, blue-eyed man that Zhuowen was somewhat familiar with. As for what it was, Zhuowen couldn't remember. What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then immediately kneel in front of me and count out 100 times to apologize. Then scram as far away as you can. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man looked at Zhuowen arrogantly. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "If you apologize now, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you won't have any chance at all." As soon as Zhuowen said this, all the cultivators in Long River's system revealed bitter smiles. Chi shook his head and sighed. This Zhuowen is still too young. He's still so arrogant in the face of such an expert. Could it be that he thinks the Grand Pure One is his backing? Chi knew that Zhuowen was the Grand Pure One's disciple. However, after Chi found out that Zhuowen had left the Huaxia Heaven Realm, he no longer had anything to do with the Grand Pure One. He knew that the Grand Pure One wouldn't stand up for Zhuowen, so he was quite puzzled that Zhuowen was still so arrogant. Could it be that this Zhuowen had some backing? However, Chi soon smiled bitterly. He knew that he was overthinking. No matter how strong this Zhuowen was, it was impossible for him to reach the peak of the 8th step void heaven realm in such a short time. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man was stunned at first. Then he looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "You want me to apologize? Do you know who you're talking to? Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to let me know who you are?" Zhuowen said indifferently, but this caused another uproar. Many cultivators in Long River System felt that Zhuowen was too arrogant. Good. You're really arrogant and conceited enough. Watch how I teach you a lesson today. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man was so angry that he laughed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, waves of blue energy rushed out and formed a blue mist. The blue mist kept rolling and then turned into an angry dragon. It suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Zhuowen. When Zhuowen's divine sense fell on the blue mist, his eyes narrowed slightly. This blue mist was not real mist. It was actually made up of countless small blue insects. Because these small insects were very small, it was difficult to see them clearly with the naked eye. If these small insects gathered together in groups, it was really easy to see the blue mist from a distance. Goo insects. The moment Zhuowen saw the little bug that formed the blue mist, he thought of the blood parasite chain he had seen in the true dragon blood pool. The goo insects in the blue mist had the same attack method as the blood goo. However, the power of the small blue insects was far inferior to the blood goo he saw in the past. In just an instant, Zhuowen's figure was completely wrapped in the blue mist. It was difficult to see him. A long sigh came from the Long River System. Many cultivators knew that the Void Sky powerhouse invited by Chi had been killed in one move. Chi smiled bitterly. His heart was full of regret. Why did he ask Zhuowen to block this terrifying powerhouse? In the end, everyone in the Long River System was going to die. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man sneered and said disdainfully, "Overconfident ant. I thought you were very powerful. You can't even take the most ordinary attack." Boom! Before the blue-haired, blue-eyed man finished speaking, the blue mist in front of him exploded. Immediately, a white-clothed young man slowly stepped out with a gray divine sword in his hand. Chapter 2546. Complete suppression, is that all you've got? Zhuowen held the king's sword and looked at the blue-haired, blue-eyed man indifferently. His eyes finally showed a trace of interest. He finally knew why the blue-haired, blue-eyed man had a familiar aura. It turned out to be the power of a venomous insect. Originally, Zhuowen knew nothing about venomous insects, but he inherited the memories of Miao Bang. Miao Bang was an expert of the sorcerer tribe, and his blood venomous insect divine ability was famous in the sorcerer tribe. His knowledge and use of venomous insects far surpassed ordinary sorcerer tribe members. Therefore, the moment the blue-haired, blue-eyed man attacked, Zhuowen had already guessed that he was using the power of a venomous insect. However, what Zhuowen didn't understand was why, other than the Miao Bang, there were other people in the 8 heavens who could use the mysterious power of venomous insects. One had to know that only the sorcerer tribe knew and used the secret of venomous insects. It was very difficult for a human to use the sorcerer tribe's cultivation method. After all, The human race and the sorcerer tribe were two different races with different internal structures. Naturally, their cultivation methods were also very different. However, the blue-haired, blue-eyed man in front of him was clearly a human, but he actually used the power of a venomous insect. This made Zhuowen very puzzled. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man's gaze finally became serious. He suppressed the shock in his eyes and looked at Zhuowen with fear. "Not bad. You actually blocked my attack." Many cultivators in the Long River Galaxy also looked surprised, but their surprise soon turned into ecstasy. No one expected that the white-clothed young man, who they didn't think very highly of, could easily block the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's attack. Didn't that mean that the white-clothed young man was also an expert at the peak of the Void Sky 8th step? It seems that I was wrong. Brother Zhua is also an expert at the peak of the Void Sky 8th step. But how is this possible? When he left China, he was only a heavenly god. In just a few hundred years after returning to China, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the Void Sky 8th step? How did he cultivate so quickly? Chi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Soon after, intense shock filled his face. He knew a little about Zhuowen. Therefore, he found it even more unbelievable than others. After all, a few hundred years ago, Zhuowen was only at the heavenly god realm when he was brought to their Long River Galaxy by the Pure Sky sect. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred years had passed, yet this kid was already able to resist an expert at the peak of the 8th Ascension Void stage, like the blue-haired, blue-eyed man. Wasn't this abnormal? Brother Zhua is truly a dragon amongst men. I'm afraid that only Lianmeng of the Huaxia Sky region, who possesses the innate immortal body, can match up to his cultivation speed. The disciples of the domain lord of Taiqing are truly abnormal. Chi took a deep breath and looked at the young man in white with a complicated expression as he sighed with emotion. "Why don't you use your strongest move? Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Zhuowen hovered in the air and looked at Chi indifferently. A trace of anger appeared in the blue-haired man's eyes when he saw Zhuowen's arrogance. He said, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you're invincible just because you've received a single attack from me?" Zhuowen looked at the blue-haired, blue-eyed man silently and did not reply. With his strength, it would be easy for him to kill the blue-haired, blue-eyed man. However, when he saw the blue-haired, blue-eyed man use the power of goo worms, Zhuowen did not plan to be in a hurry to attack. Instead, he wanted to see what other attacks the blue-haired, blue-eyed man had. After all, this was the first time in the 8 heavens that he had seen a human using the power of goo worms of the shaman clan. He naturally wanted to see it for himself. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man's eyes burned with anger when he saw Zhuowen's calm appearance. He roared angrily, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Then, the sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. Blue mist burst out from the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's body, and the blue-haired, blue-eyed man involuntarily let out a low scream. The enormous blue fog began to adhere to the surface of the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's body. Subsequently, the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's clothes began to tear apart inch by inch. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man continued to grow taller within the blue fog. In just an instant, the blue-haired, blue-eyed man turned into a 10,000-foot tall giant. However, the skin of the blue-haired, blue-eyed man was dark blue, and his upper body was naked. If one looked carefully, they would see that the skin of the giant was densely packed with small blue insects. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man's aura increased by 1,000 times. He had already broken through the peak of the 8 steps Void Sky Realm and entered the half-step 9 steps Void Sky Realm. When this aura burst out, countless cultivators in the Long River system turned pale. Even Chi was no exception. They all looked at Zhuowen with unconcealable worry in their eyes. Die. After the blue-haired, blue-eyed man used the power of the goo insects to transform into a 10,000-foot tall giant, he roared angrily. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Then the blue-haired, blue-eyed man took a step forward. Rumble! With just one step, an ear-piercing explosion rang out in the starry sky. It was as if countless lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in the starry sky. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man appeared in front of Zhuowen like a blue phantom. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man looked down at Zhuowen, who was as small as an ant in front of him. His eyes were filled with indifference. Then he stretched out his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and slammed it down at Zhuowen. How terrifying! This attack should be enough to wipe out the entire Long River Galaxy. This is the power of a half-step, 9 steps, Void Sky Realm expert. Chi-Chi's body trembled. His face was pale, and his voice was trembling. How can a candlelight compete with the sun and moon? The blue-haired, blue-eyed man laughed heartily. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. Zhuowen hovered in the starry sky, quietly looking at the huge blue arm that was getting closer and closer. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of mockery. Zhuowen slowly raised the king's sword and gently slashed out. It was like an old man dancing by a lake. However, the moment the king's sword touched the huge arm, endless astral winds erupted. Then the entire starry sky erupted with terrifying space-time distortions. Then the huge arm of the blue-haired, blue-eyed man shattered into pieces. Ah! The blue-haired, blue-eyed man screamed and quickly retreated. He looked ahead in horror, but he didn't see any trace of Zhuowen. "Are you looking for me?" An indifferent voice sounded behind the blue-haired, blue-eyed man. Before the blue-haired, blue-eyed man could turn around, he felt a pain in his waist. Then he felt his flesh and blood being crushed and annihilated by a terrifying energy. Ah, no, what is this power? Chapter 2547. Servant Pucci. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the white-robed youth with disbelief. He had used his final trump card. His strength was comparable to a half-step Void Sky 9-step expert, but it was defeated by the youth in front of him in just a few moves. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man faintly felt that if the white-robed youth wanted to kill him, that sword strike just now would have been enough to kill him. However, the white-robed youth did not do so. The Long River Galaxy, on the other hand, fell into a long period of silence. But soon an uproar broke out. All the cultivators looked at the white-robed youth hovering above the galaxy, their eyes filled with passion. A shocking talent. He must have already reached the Void Sky 9th step. In the entire Long River Galaxy, the person with the most complicated feelings was Chi-Chi. He knew Zhuowen very well. The weak heavenly deity in the past had already become a peak expert in the heaven domain. If someone said this in front of him in the past, he would definitely slap them and scold them for talking nonsense. But now, this kind of thing happened in front of his eyes. He knew that this was all real, so he couldn't help but sigh. This Zhuowen was a world-shocking genius. He was even more heaven-defying than Lianmeng, who had an innate immortal body in the Grand Clarity Immortal Realm. You're actually a 9th step expert? How is this possible? I've seen all the 9th step experts in the Huaxia heaven domain. Why haven't I seen you before? Who are you? The blue-haired, blue-eyed man looked at Zhuowen with fear. He was currently heavily injured and was locked onto by Zhuowen's killing intent. He knew that he could not act rashly. Otherwise, he would face Zhuowen's merciless killing intent. Zhuowen did not answer the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's question. Instead, he asked, "You're only a human. Why do you have the power of the witch race's venomous insects? Answer me." As soon as Zhuowen said this, the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's pupils shrank. He looked at the white-robed youth in front of him in disbelief. Goo worms had always been his secret. It was by relying on the power of goo worms that he was able to reach the peak of 8th step in just a few thousand years, despite his mediocre talent. Moreover, because of his terrifying goo worms, his strength was comparable to a half-step Void Sky 9th stage expert. He also had an extremely high status in the Huaxia heaven domain. Apart from the core super forces of the heaven domain, not many forces in the heaven domain dared to provoke him. How do you know about goo worms? And what is the witch tribe? The blue-haired, blue-eyed man asked with a frown. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. It seemed that the blue-haired man did not know that the goo worms came from the shaman tribe. However, this guy was clearly a human, so where did the goo worms in his body come from? Also, he learned from Miao Bang's memories that the cultivation method of goo worms was extremely harsh. If one did not have a terrifying physical body, planting goo worms in one's body would only result in a backlash, and one would become a puppet. It should be known that the sorcerer tribe was a large tribe in the untainted heavenly realm. They were ranked first among the countless tribes, and they were blessed with a powerful physical body. The sorcerer tribe's physical body was inherited from the ancestor of the sorcerer tribe, and they had a trace of the ancestor's bloodline. Their physical bodies were extremely terrifying, even more so than the devouring clans. It was said that the physical body of an ordinary sorcerer tribe member was comparable to the devouring king, who had awakened the royal bloodline. Even if the devouring clan's physical body was extremely powerful, planting goo worms in their bodies was not 100% safe. If one was not careful, the goo worms could backfire and turn one into a puppet. As for the human tribe, their physical bodies were naturally weak. Not to mention the sorcerer tribe, they were even inferior to the devouring clan. They were not suitable for the cultivation method of the sorcerer tribe's goo worms. However, the blue-haired, blue-eyed man in front of him was clearly a human, but he was actually using the sorcerer tribe's goo worms to cultivate. Moreover, he had cultivated to the peak of the Void Sky 8th stage. This made Zhuowen interested in this person. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and pointed his sword finger at the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's forehead. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man was already severely injured, so how could he be Zhuowen's opponent? He could only watch as Zhuowen left a trace of an imprint in the depths of his soul. Slave imprint. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man glared at Zhuowen. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, you wouldn't even be worth being my slave. Zhuowen's tone was calm, but his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man trembled, but he didn't dare to provoke Zhuowen. He knew that the gap between him and the white-clothed young man in front of him was too big. After planting the slave imprint in the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's soul, Zhuowen no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he leisurely landed in the main city of the Long River Galaxy. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man looked at Zhuowen's back with a trace of struggle in his eyes. In the end, he let out a long sigh and could only resign himself to his fate and follow behind Zhuowen. Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to be so strong. If it weren't for your help, the Long River Galaxy would have suffered a catastrophe. Chi hurried to welcome him, his eyes full of respect. Brother Chi, arrange a private room for me. Zhuowen said indifferently. Chi glanced at the blue-haired, blue-eyed man behind Zhuowen, thought of something, and quickly opened a luxurious private room for Zhuowen respectfully. After entering the private room, Zhuowen slowly sat down on the seat, played with the teacup on the table, and said indifferently, "The Long River Galaxy is only the outermost galaxy of the Huaxia Heaven Realm. You are a master at the peak of the 8 steps Void Realm. So why do you want to rob the Long River Galaxy?" The blue-haired, blue-eyed man's face turned ugly, and he said coldly, "I'm just doing it for fun. I don't mean anything else." Unfortunately, before the blue-haired, blue-eyed man could say anything, he clutched his hair and fell to the ground, struggling and twitching as if he was suffering from severe pain. "I've planted a slave imprint in your soul. If I want to, I can completely destroy your soul and strip you of your illusory bridge, causing you to die completely. Once you're dead, I can forcefully search your soul and obtain all your memories," Zhuowen said indifferently. I'll talk. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man hurriedly begged for mercy. He knew that the white-clothed young man in front of him was a ruthless person. Now that his life was in the hands of this person, he didn't dare to be unyielding. Zhuowen nodded, and only then did the blue-haired, blue-eyed man feel the pain in his soul disappear. He stood up and looked at the white-clothed young man in front of him with fear in his eyes. "Speak," Zhuowen said indifferently. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man hesitated for a moment before revealing the purpose of coming to the Long River Galaxy. He didn't dare to hide anything. He knew that once the white-clothed young man in front of him noticed something was wrong, he would immediately search his soul. At that time, it would be too late for him to cry. Chapter 2548. Clues about the Zhurong Gu. You are saying that there is a very powerful Gu fragment hidden in the Long River system? Zhuowen asked with a frown. After listening to the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's explanation, Zhuowen also knew that this man had come for a powerful Gu fragment. From the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's fervent eyes, Zhuowen could see that he was determined to obtain this Gu fragment. "How do you know that there is a Gu fragment in the Long River system? And you, a mere human, how did you manage to cultivate Gu worms?" Zhuowen looked at the blue-haired, blue-eyed man, and his gaze became serious. From Miao Bang's memories, he also understood the sorcerer tribe's method of cultivating Gu worms. He had deduced that the sorcerer tribe's Gu worm cultivation method was not suitable for the human tribe. Even though Zhuowen's doppelganger had the bloodline of the Devourer King, it was not suitable for him. Plus, it was easy for him to be devoured by the Gu. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man sighed softly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally answered, "Actually, I don't know about the shaman tribe and the cultivation method of the Gu worms that you mentioned. Furthermore, the Gu worms that I control are not particularly strong. They are all controlled by the fragments of the Gu worms that I obtained and formed powerful attacks." As he spoke, the blue-haired, blue-eyed man took out a fiery red crystal that was the size of a fingernail from his spirit ring. This fiery, red crystal looked crystal clear. It was as dazzling as a red gem. The moment the blue-haired, blue-eyed man took out the red gem, a blue mist burst out from his body. It surrounded the red crystal as if it was worshipping the red crystal. Zhuowen looked at the red crystal in silence. Although the red crystal was not complete, he could still tell that it was a part of a Gu's body. In particular, the red crystal looked ordinary, but the energy it contained shocked even Zhuowen. Zhuowen revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The moment the blue-haired, blue-eyed man took out the red crystal, Zhuowen felt that the crystal was very familiar. Now that he had carefully observed it, an inconceivable thought appeared in his mind. A fragment of the Zhurong Gu? Zhuowen thought to himself. He had inherited Miao Bang's memories and knew what the Zhurong Gu looked like and even its aura. Back then, Zhuowen had learned from Miao Bang's memories that the Zhurong Gu was scattered in the Wuji Taishu of the Huaxia Heaven region. However, he had already encountered a fragment of the Zhurong Gu before he even entered the boundless Taishu. It seemed like he was really lucky this time. The Zhurong Gu was extremely powerful. Even if one didn't use it for cultivation, it was still extremely terrifying as a means of attack. Even ordinary Dao validation experts would pale in fear. After knowing the memories of Miao Bang, Zhuowen was determined to obtain the Zhurong Gu. His gaze also revealed a trace of passion. "You mean the other part of the fragment is in the Long River Galaxy?" Zhuowen asked calmly. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man sighed softly and nodded. "Yes, I've had this fragment for a long time and have learned some things about it. Therefore, I found the Long River Galaxy by relying on the reaction of this crystal. There must be something in the Long River Galaxy that is related to this fragment. That's why I want to occupy the Long River Galaxy and then look for something that can cause this fragment to react." The blue-haired, blue-eyed man also saw the heated expression in Zhuowen's eyes when he spoke until this point. The sigh in his heart became even denser. Immediately, he handed the red crystal in his hand to Zhuowen and said, "Sir, please treat this as my apology for offending you." Although the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's eyes were full of pain, He knew that his spirit had been planted with a slave seal by the white-clothed young man in front of him. If this person asked him to hand over this thing, he would not be able to resist. Since he was going to lose it anyway, he might as well take the initiative to hand it over. This way, he could gain back the favor of the white-clothed young man in front of him. Sure enough, after the blue-haired, blue-eyed man took the initiative to hand over the part of the Zhuang-gu, Zhuo-wen nodded with satisfaction, and the former sighed softly in his heart. Zhuo-wen played with the red crystal in his hand, then with a wave of his sleeve, took out the slave seal from the blue-haired, blue-eyed man's spirit. The blue-haired, blue-eyed man was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply to Zhuo-wen. "Thank you, sir. This one is Lan Ji, the protector of Lanqi Hall in the Tai-Ching Immortal Realm. May I know sir's name?" "Long-Wen, just a rogue cultivator," Zhuo-wen said indifferently. When he left the Tai-Ching Immortal Realm, he caused a lot of trouble there. Zhuo-wen knew that if he revealed his real name, there would be a lot of trouble. So he simply used a fake name. "Sir Long." Lan Ji cupped his fists again and said cautiously, "By the way, do you know what happened in Boundless Taishu?" Zhuo-wen lowered his eyelids and asked indifferently. Chi had already mentioned to him that the North Dock Hall Master, perfected North Dock, had died in Boundless Taishu a few months ago. It was said that the entire Boundless Taishu was completely sealed. As for the reason, Zhuo-wen naturally didn't know. Since Lan Ji was an expert of the Tai-Ching Immortal Realm, he should have some understanding of what happened in Boundless Taishu. Lan Ji's eyes flickered, and he said with a complicated expression, "If I'm not wrong, most of these goo worms are in Boundless Taishu. These goo worms are very mysterious and powerful, and they killed perfected North Dock. Of course, other than the upper echelons of the Heaven Domain, the other cultivators don't know about this at all. I only guessed it because I have a small part of the goo worms." Zhuo-wen frowned and said coldly, "Tai-Ching is also involved." Lan Ji's heart jumped. Tai-Ching was the ruler of the Heaven Domain in Huaxia and was respected by countless forces in the Heaven Domain. Even he didn't dare to call him Tai-Ching directly. Instead, he would respectfully call him Supremacy Tai-Ching. However, this young man in white not only called him Tai-Ching directly, but also spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. This made Lan Ji feel very disapproving of this young man in white. He felt that this young man in white was puffing himself up at his own cost. Even if this young man in white was powerful, he only thought that he was at most in the life enlightenment realm. Lan Ji was also a life enlightenment realm expert. Even when their palace master mentioned Tai-Ching, he would respectfully address him as Tai-Ching Honorable and would not dare to casually use his name. However, this white-clothed youth before them was clearly too arrogant. However, Lan Ji didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, if this young man in white was displeased and planted a slave imprint on him again, it would be too late for him to cry. Supremacy Tai-Ching, Supremacy Yu-Ching, and Supremacy Shan-Ching have been in seclusion for hundreds of years and have yet to come out, Lan Ji said in a deep voice. Zhuo-wen nodded. It seemed that Tai-Ching and the others weren't involved. In that case, Zhuo-wen was quite relieved. Tai-Ching's strength was unfathomable and was comparable to Sakyamuni. Chapter 2549. Planning Capture. Can't other lone cultivators go in? Zhuo-wen asked. I'm afraid it's very difficult, unless you have a large faction backing you. If you want to go in, you only need to join Lan Ran Hall. The hall master will definitely give you a spot. Lan Ji said. A cold smile appeared on Zhuo-wen's face. Lan Ji was so scared that he didn't dare to speak again. He just lowered his head. There's nothing for you to do now, scram. Zhuo-wen waved his hand. Lan Ji cupped his fists and let out a sigh of relief in his heart before flying away. Long-Wen, I will remember you. You provoked my Lan Ran Hall. I won't let you go so easily. After leaving Long River Galaxy, Lan Ji looked at the Long River Galaxy behind him with hatred and malevolence. This time he suffered a double loss. He was filled with regret. After returning, Lan Ji planned to tell Lan Ran Hall's hall master, Lan Zun, everything about the goo worm. He knew that as long as he told Lan Xun would definitely take action. Of course, Lan Ji also knew that this Zhuowen was not simple. Lan Xun alone might not be his match. When the time comes, he would inform the other hall masters to kill this child together. Inside the room, Blackie and the Blood Immortal appeared not far away. Blackie sat on the hilt of his sword. He looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze and said, "Kid, are you going to let this person go just like that? He doesn't look like someone who will give up easily." Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "I let him leave on purpose. This time, I'm returning to the heavenly region of Huaxia not only to go to the boundless Taishu to take the great void bone-refining ginseng, the 8 trigrams divining water, and the great simplicity double dragon Lingji, but also to establish my authority in the heavenly region of Huaxia." Xiao He nodded, looking at the white-clothed youth in front of her with some amazement. Since becoming an artifact cultivator, Xiao Hei's potential was limitless. Coupled with the fact that she never lacked resources, her cultivation speed was extremely fast, and she broke through to life comprehension realm. Now, Xiao Hei was strong enough to break away from the Thunderfire sword, reconstruct her body, and become her master. But Xiao Hei knew that even if he broke through to the life comprehension realm, he was still far from being a match for the white-clothed youth before him. Looking at the handsome young man in white, Xiao Hei was reminded of the young master of the Zhuo family in Rattan Armor City. He had never thought that the young master could grow to such a level. It could be said that Zhuowen now stood at the peak of the 8 heavens. Besides the mysterious desolation, heavenly domain, and Xianmi heavenly domain, there was nothing in the 8 heavens that could threaten this white-clothed young man. The Zhurong-gu in Miaobang's memory is in this long river galaxy. Xiao Hei, Blood Immortal, you too come with me to explore it. After saying that, Zhuowen took out the red crystal. Then he found that the red crystal let out a hissing sound and broke through the sky. The moment Zhuowen took the red crystal, he felt that the power in the crystal was restless. Obviously, Lan Ji didn't lie to him. Even if there was no other part of the Zhurong-gu in the Long River Galaxy, it was probably related to the Zhurong-gu. The Zhurong-gu is too broken. According to Miaobang's memory, the Zhurong-gu should be the size of a palm. Now it's only the size of a fingernail. Obviously, it's only a small part of the Zhurong-gu. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Then he quietly chased after the red crystal and left the room. With Zhuowen's cultivation, it was too easy for him to leave silently. After all, there wasn't even a void sky cultivator in the Long River Galaxy. This was an extremely remote planet. Most of the planet was barren and desert. There weren't many signs of life. The moment the red crystal entered the planet, it drilled into the planet's interior. Like a drill, it kept drilling into the planet's underground. Zhuowen slowly followed behind it. The Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal sword were like meat grinders, opening a path in front. They weren't shaken off by the red crystal. After about an hour, Zhuowen landed in a space filled with magma. He knew that he should have entered the depths of the planet's core. Zhuowen's eyes slightly focused. He looked at the depths of the magma and saw that in the center of the magma there was a huge worm. This worm was made of magma. Upon closer inspection, it was a worm made of magma. As soon as the red crystal entered the depths of the planet's core, it let out an excited hissing sound and rushed towards the magma worm. Unfortunately, Zhuowen wouldn't let the red crystal succeed. The giant hand made of divine power grabbed the red crystal. No matter how hard the red crystal struggled, it was useless. Roar! The moment the magma worm realized that Zhuowen had grabbed the red crystal, it immediately let out an angry roar. Waves of magma rushed toward Zhuowen. The Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal sword turned into 2 streams of light and blocked in front of Zhuowen. However, he soon found that both the Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal sword were blown away. Upon closer inspection, The tough bodies of the Thunderfire Sword and the Blood Immortal Sword were showing signs of melting. Zhuowen, this is not ordinary magma. The temperature is too high. It almost melted the Thunderfire Sword and the Blood Immortal Sword. Xiao Hei's frightened voice came. Zhuowen quickly put away the Thunderfire Sword and the Blood Immortal Sword. Then he took out the King's Sword and slashed out. Instantly, the terrifying Death Qi turned into a towering Death Sword Qi and blasted on the magma. However, he soon found that the magma had fused the Death Sword Qi into a gaseous substance. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. How could the magma be so terrifying? The temperature was definitely not ordinary magma. Is it because of the Zhurong Gu? Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In Miao Bang's memory, the Zhurong Gu was the Gu in the body of Zhurong, one of the 12 ancestors of sorcery in the untainted heavenly realm. It possessed the most powerful flame energy in the starry sky. Zhurong was known as the fire ancestor in the untainted heavenly realm. The flame that Zhurong controlled could burn and destroy everything in the world. Although Zhuowen thought that it was a bit exaggerated, he also knew that such a reputation represented how terrifying and powerful Zhurong's flame energy was. The Zhurong Gu was the source of Zhurong's energy. Although only a part of the Zhurong Gu was hidden in the magma, Zhuowen also knew that the magma in the core of the earth had been subtly transformed into a terrifying energy by the Zhurong Gu. Zhuowen even felt an aura similar to the way of heaven in the magma. Let's go. This is its base. We will be at a disadvantage if we fight here. Chapter 2550. Fighting the Zhurong Guzhuan's sword qi was extremely powerful. But unfortunately, in front of the magma gu, it was like scratching an itch, not worth mentioning at all. When Zhuowen quickly rushed towards the surface, the magma behind him turned into a terrifying giant hand and grabbed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy, but he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the phagocytosis and used it to block behind him, barely blocking the giant magma hand. With the help of Blood Scale, he had already unlocked more than 8,000 of the 9,999 restrictions in the phagocytosis. Now, the phagocytosis's power was not what it used to be. Moreover, he had a lot of Dao fruits on him. After unlocking more than 8,000 restrictions, he refined 3 Dao fruits into the phagocytosis, causing the Dao aura inside the phagocytosis to become even more intense and terrifying. Although the phagocytosis's power was not what it used to be, the moment it blocked the giant magma hand, Zhuowen's heart still trembled. This was because even the phagocytosis was shaking violently as if it would collapse at any time. Fortunately, the phagocytosis was not an ordinary treasure. Although it was shaking violently, it still protected Zhuowen and smoothly left the surface. Zhuowen jumped up and immediately jumped out of the planet, floating in the starry sky hundreds of millions of miles away. He looked down at the seemingly ordinary planet below with a dignified expression. Zhuowen was sure that the magma inside the planet's core contained fragments of the Zhurong Gu. However, he found it strange that the Zhurong Gu fragment that Lan Ji gave him was also a fragment of the Zhurong Gu. Why was the Zhurong Gu fragment that Lan Ji gave him not so powerful, but the Zhurong Gu fragment inside the planet's core was so terrifying? It should be because of the magma in the planet's core. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Since the Zhurong Gu fragment had turned into fragments, it must have experienced a world-shaking battle and finally been shattered by some almighty expert. Zhurong should have fallen along with it. A broken Zhurong Gu fragment naturally didn't have much energy, but once it could be nourished with magma or flame energy, the Zhurong Gu fragment's power would naturally slowly recover and become stronger. This was also why the Zhurong Gu fragment in Zhuowen's hand was not so powerful, but the Zhurong Gu fragment inside the planet's Zhurong Gu fragment was so terrifying. Rumble, rumble. While Zhuowen was floating in the starry sky, the planet below him suddenly trembled and then burst. A moment, a vast amount of fiery red magma surging out like a giant wave in the sea It was extremely terrifying. The area affected by the magma was simply too large. The nearby planets with life were all enveloped by it, and they were instantly annihilated into nothingness. Zhuowen Zhurong Zhurong, Gu Fragment, Zhurong Gu Fragment, and Zhurong Zhurong, Gu Fragment Zhurong. Zhurong Zhurong Gu. Even if it was just a fragment, it still possessed such terrifying energy. Especially after the Zhurong Gu fragment soaked the magma energy, it was no longer ordinary magma energy. Even Zhuowen Zhurong Gu felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with. I have to draw the Zhurong Gu fragment away. Otherwise, the Long River Galaxy may be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Zhuowen Zhurong Gu's eyes were solemn, and he immediately flew out of the Long River Galaxy. Roar! The endless magma turned into a river that crossed the entire galaxy, following closely behind Zhuowen Zhurong Gu. It also erupted with a deafening roar, attracting the attention of all the cultivators in the galaxy. Chi-Chi walked out of the main city and looked at the huge river of magma and the white-clothed young man in front of it. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Zhua really knows how to cause trouble." Zhuowen Zhurong Gu landed in the starry sky, far away from the Long River Galaxy, and stopped, looking at the river of magma that was chasing after him with a solemn gaze. Roar! When the river of magma saw Zhuowen Zhurong Gu stop, it immediately set off a terrifying wave of magma and swept towards Zhuowen Zhurong Gu. Waning sun of the sea, Zhuowen Zhurong Gu pointed at the starry sky, and suddenly waves of purple energy spread out. Then the space under Zhuowen Zhurong Gu's feet turned into an endless purple ocean. At the end of the purple ocean, a mysterious purple sun slowly rose. At this moment, the space-time of the purple ocean formed a strange boundary, completely isolating it from the space-time outside the purple ocean. The moment the river of magma swept into the purple ocean, it was affected by the space-time imprisonment power of the purple ocean, and its speed slowed down infinitely. Waves of purple water surged, drowning the river of magma. Unfortunately, the purple waves were quickly annihilated by the river of magma. Then, the river of magma began to wreak havoc in the purple ocean boundary. Zhuowen Zhurong Gu stood under the purple sun and looked at the purple ocean boundary around him, trembling violently. His eyes narrowed. He still underestimated the power of the Zhurong Gu fragment. It was the first time he saw his space-time ability produce such a violent abnormality, as if it would be broken at any time. Humph! Break for me! Zhuowen Zhurong Gu snorted coldly and pointed his finger downwards. Suddenly, the purple sun fell rapidly and slammed heavily on the river of magma. The purple sun and the fiery red magma immediately entangled together. Then Zhuowen Zhurong Gu was surprised to find that the terrifying purple sun was blocked by the river of magma. Roar! The river of magma let out a terrifying roar. And then Zhuowen Zhurong Gu found that the purple sun had collapsed. Then the vast purple ocean boundary around him collapsed into countless purple powder. Zhuowen Zhurong Gu could not help but retreat thousands of steps, looking at the river of magma with a gloomy gaze. Since Zhuowen Zhurong Gu had reached the life enlightenment state, this was the first time his space-time ability had been broken. It was obvious that the power of the Zhurong Gu fragment was beyond Zhuowen Gu's imagination. It seems that I can only use that move. I really didn't expect that a mere Zhurong Gu fragment would force me to use this move. Zhuowen Zhurong Gu's gaze was gloomy. Then he took a deep breath and stepped forward instead of retreating. He bent his right hand and pointed at the sky above. In an instant, the surrounding space began to distort. Waves of heavenly energy that surpassed the energy of the universe poured out from the deepest part of the universe and condensed above Zhuowen Zhurong Gu's right hand. An invisible human finger that was hundreds of feet long was constantly condensing and forming. The surface of this human finger exuded a strong heavenly energy and Taoist rhyme. Slaughtering Tao finger! Zhuowen Zhurong-gu shouted in his heart and used the first move of the slaughtering Dao finger. The slaughtering Dao finger was very powerful. It was clearly stated that if the slaughtering Dao finger was perfected, it could kill the heavenly Dao master. Even if the heavenly Dao master was only at the first step of the Dao validation realm, he had crossed the threshold of the Dao validation and was above the 8 heavens. He was not so easy to kill. However, the slaughtering Dao finger was said to be able to kill the heavenly Dao master. This showed how terrifying the power of the slaughtering Dao finger was. Boom! Chapter 2551. Refining Bang. 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 A series of explosions resounded in the starry sky. Then, the starry sky distorted and collapsed, creating an extremely terrifying distortion zone. The magma river, which had always been successful, collapsed and turned into nothingness, revealing a fiery red crystal in the depths of the magma. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He condensed a divine power hand and plunged it into the magma, grabbing the fiery red crystal. Puchi! The terrifying recoil directly hit Zhuowen's chest through the divine power hand, causing Zhuowen to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and his eyes dimmed. Fortunately, although the recoil was terrifying, Zhuowen still managed to grab the fiery red crystal and immediately retreated, avoiding the terrifying distortion zone. Although the slaughtering Dao finger is powerful, it consumes too much of my energy. After retreating to a safe distance, Zhuowen immediately took out a divine elixir from his spiritual ring and swallowed it. His pale face became slightly rosier. Although Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the life enlightenment realm and the mysterious life divine power in his body was much stronger than ordinary life enlightenment realm cultivators, the slaughtering Dao finger was definitely not ordinary. Now, Zhuowen could only use the slaughtering Dao finger once at most, and his divine power was almost exhausted. If he wanted to use the slaughtering Dao finger twice, it would be very difficult. Of course, Zhuowen knew that as long as his cultivation improved and reached the life enlightenment realm, he should be able to use the slaughtering Dao finger several times. Zhuowen looked at the fiery red crystal in his hand and revealed a satisfied look. The fiery red crystal in his hand was about the size of 2 fingernails. It was twice as big as the red crystal given to him by Lanji. The moment Zhuowen took out the red crystal given to him by Lanji, Zhuowen discovered that the 2 crystals were emitting an extremely hot temperature and dazzling red light at the same time. Then, the 2 red crystals attracted each other and finally merged together, forming a red bead. Zhuowen looked at the red bead in his hand silently. He knew very well that the red bead was not the complete Zhurong-gu, but only a part of it. Moreover, Zhuowen, who had obtained Miao Bang's memories, knew that the Zhurong-gu was extremely difficult to tame. Even the powerful Miao Bang was not confident that he could refine the complete Zhurong-gu. However, if it was only a part of the Zhurong-gu, refining it would be much easier. In Miao Bang's memory, the gu refinement method was blood refining technique. The so-called blood refinement method was to fuse the host's blood essence into the gu worm, causing the gu worm to be imperceptibly tainted with the host's aura. In the end, the blood would dissolve in water, causing the gu worm to completely rely on the host and be completely under the host's control. However, the Zhurong-gu was not an ordinary gu. Miao Bang's memory also mentioned that if one wanted to refine the Zhurong-gu using the blood refinement method, one must persevere and proceed step by step. Otherwise, the Zhurong-gu was likely to backfire. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He cut his finger and let a drop of blood fall on the red bead. Then, the drop of blood was greedily absorbed by the red bead. Roar! The red bead seemed to be unsatisfied. It let out a roar, and immediately a red mist burst out from the red bead, forming a huge strange beast head. It suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen as if it wanted to swallow Zhuowen whole. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He already knew that the Zhurong-gu was not so easy to tame, so he was already prepared. He immediately summoned the everlasting ice lotus, and a terrifying ice power shrouded the beast. The strange beast head formed by the blood mist immediately shrank back the moment it was shrouded by the ice power, as if it was extremely afraid of the ice power released by the everlasting ice lotus. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. The Zhurong-gu was the fire ancestor, so it naturally controlled the power of fire. The everlasting ice lotus had absorbed the origin of ice, so it was the coldest thing in the world. The everlasting ice lotus contained a powerful ice power, so it naturally had an extremely strong restraining effect on the Zhurong-gu. Zhuowen rolled up his sleeves and placed the red bead inside the everlasting ice lotus, then kept it in the spirit ring. The blood refinement method was to proceed step by step, so it could not be rushed. Otherwise, it would be easy to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Zhuowen planned to provide a drop of blood essence to the red bead every day. After 49 days, he would take out the Zhurong-gu and see if he could refine it. During the next period, Zhuowen drove the space-time wheel away from the Long River Galaxy and headed toward boundless Taishu. However, Zhuowen could reduce the speed of the space-time wheel to the minimum and let Xiaohe help him control the flight of the space-time wheel while he refined the Zhurong-gu and cultivated in the space-time wheel. After 49 days, the space-time wheel was only a few galaxies away from boundless Taishu, so Zhuowen stopped. He chose a remote, desolate planet and sank into the depths of the planet's core. In the endless world of lava, the everlasting ice lotus floated above Zhuowen's head, and a powerful ice power separated the surrounding lava without any hindrance. Zhuowen took out the red bead, his eyes flickering. After 49 days of blood refinement, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the Zhurong-gu had developed a sense of dependence on him. Zhuowen knew that now was the best time to refine the Zhurong-gu. At the thought of this, Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of divine fire. The endless, mysterious birth divine force provided the divine fire with a steady stream of energy. When the divine fire landed on the Zhurong-gu, the latter let out a shrill shriek that was filled with fear and anger. Zhuowen snorted and waved his sleeve, revealing 81 beast bone array discs. Then he set up a huge level 9 confinement array inside the planet's core. As long as there was a level 9 confinement array, the Zhurong-gu would not be able to sense the huge commotion in the planet's core space, no matter how big the storm was. Zhuowen was not surprised by the strong reaction of the Zhurong-gu. After all, the Zhurong-gu belonged to one of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. It was the gu of one of the top experts in the primeval universe. Even if he only had a portion of the fragments, it was still not to be underestimated. Roar, roar, roar. The Zhurong-gu let out a series of roars, and then the endless lava in the planet's core space was stirred up. It was like thousands of dragons emerging from the sea, blasting toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. The everlasting ice lotus guarded him tightly while he urged the divine fire to refine the Zhurong-gu. Chapter 2552. Benefits of course. This did not mean that the Zhurong worm did not resist him. The everlasting ice lotus was extremely powerful. Although the magma was terrifying, it was blocked by the everlasting ice lotus. And because of the strong ice power contained in the ice lotus, the power of the Zhurong-gu worm had been weakened by a lot. As time passed, Zhuowen frowned. He realized that although his divine fire was getting stronger, the Zhurong worm did not show any signs of being refined. Moreover, as he refined it, the resistance of the Zhurong worm became more intense. This made Zhuowen a little distressed. It seems that I can only use the secret method of blood refining fusion from Miao Bang's memory. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Blood refining fusion was an advanced secret method of blood refining. At the same time, it was a secret method that had no choice. If the sorcerer tribe wanted to let the gu worm reside in their bodies and step on the path of cultivating their bodies, the first step was to tame the gu worm. On the other hand, the sorcerer tribe usually used the blood refinement method. 49 days was enough to successfully tame any gu worm. Of course, if there were some extremely powerful gu worms, The short 49 days of blood refining might not be enough to tame the gooworm. Then there was only one way, and that was blood refining fusion. Blood refining fusion was when the host fused the blood essence in his body into the gooworm in a short period of time, causing the gooworm's dependence on the host to increase instantly. With this increased dependence, the host could quickly tame the gooworm. Once the gooworm was tamed, it would naturally be a success. However, the side effects of blood refining fusion were great. If it was not successful, it would easily backfire and cause serious injuries. Moreover, the blood essence would be sucked dry by the gooworm. It could be said that it was a risky, secret method. Zhuowen hesitated whether to use this secret method. After all, he was not from the sorcerer tribe. After taming the Zhu Rongworm, he could not cultivate at all. He only wanted to use the power of the Zhu Rongworm. In addition, the cost of refining it was too high. Therefore, Zhuowen was indeed hesitant. Let's do it. This Zhu Ronggu is extremely powerful. If I can absorb this Zhu Ronggu, my trump card will become much stronger. Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he summoned the black-robed Zhuowen. He planned to use the black-robed Zhuowen's blood essence to perform the secret technique, blood fusion. The doppelganger had the bloodline of King Devourer. Therefore, its blood essence was much stronger than the original human. Therefore, using the doppelganger's blood essence to perform the secret skill, blood fusion, was naturally the most suitable choice. Moreover, if he finds that something is wrong, he can stop it in time. After all, the everlasting ice lotus is under his control. Zhuowen's original body landed not far away. He formed a seal with both hands and set up many formations in the surroundings again. These formations were all meant to counter the Zhurong worm. Once something went wrong with the Zhu Ronggu, Zhuowen would activate these magic formations immediately to prevent the Zhu Ronggu from devouring his clones. At this moment, the doppelganger's eyes were extremely solemn. He cut a wound on his right index finger. Then, streams of blood essence flowed into the Zhu Ronggu through the wound. The Zhu Ronggu, which was originally restless, calmed down immediately after receiving the blood essence from the doppelganger. Zhuowen looked at the Zhu Ronggu that had calmed down and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the secret skill blood fusion was really useful. However, when Zhuowen saw the doppelganger's gradually pale face, his eyes darkened. It seemed that the blood fusion required a huge amount of blood essence. It had only been a while, but the doppelganger's face was already pale. I have to refine this Zhu Ronggu as soon as possible. Zhuowen didn't dare to think too much. He spat out a mouthful of godly fire and tried his best to refine the Zhu Ronggu. At this moment, the Zhu Ronggu was extremely quiet and didn't show any signs of resistance. Obviously, the secret skill blood fusion did play a big role. Half an hour later, Zhuowen finally refined the Zhu Ronggu completely. The doppelganger's face was pale, and he fell to the ground with a plop, his breath weak. Zhuowen immediately took out the heavenly starry sky essence and poured it into the doppelganger's mouth. After drinking several bottles of heavenly starry sky essence, the doppelganger barely regained some strength, but it would still take a long time for him to fully recover. The effect of the heavenly starry sky essence is really not as good as before. Zhuowen's eyes were complicated, since his original body had advanced to the enlightenment realm, and his doppelganger had reached the three extremes. The heavenly starry sky essence, a precious treasure liquid, had become dispensable to Zhuowen. It should be known that a drop of heavenly starry sky essence could restore a cultivator to his peak state. Its effect was heaven-defying, but unfortunately, the effect of the heavenly starry sky essence was only applicable to cultivators below the void sky ninth step. Now that Zhuowen was a cultivator who had reached the void sky ninth step, the effect of the heavenly starry sky essence on him was really minimal, especially for his doppelganger, which had almost no effect. Whoosh! The fiery red bead flew over and landed in front of the doppelganger. Then it kept circling around the doppelganger, looking extremely excited and affectionate. It seems that the Zhuanggu has absorbed the doppelganger's blood essence. It's actually so close to the doppelganger. Zhuowen's original body's eyes flickered. He nodded and immediately put away the everlasting ice lotus. The moment he completely refined the Zhuanggu, the boiling magma in the Earth's core completely calmed down. Then Zhuowen's original body found that the magma in the Earth's core, under the control of the Zhuanggu, surrounded the doppelganger. Although the temperature of the magma was terrifying, it could not cause any harm to the doppelganger. Moreover, Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised to find that as the magma wrapped around the doppelganger, the flame energy in the magma was constantly absorbed by the Zhuanggu, and it actually helped the doppelganger recover its strength. Although the doppelganger's physical body was strong and had the bloodline of the Devourer King, the blood fusion secret technique was too terrifying. Even the doppelganger was weak because of the excessive loss of blood essence. However, the Zhuanggu was not bad. While absorbing the flame energy in the magma, it also fed the doppelganger a pure energy, which reduced the doppelganger's weakness by a lot. Moreover, Zhuowen did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but as the Zhuanggu transmitted this pure energy to the doppelganger seemed to have become weaker. Not only did Zhuowen feel that the weakness had disappeared, but the doppelganger's strength also seemed to have improved a little. Feeling the benefits, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect the Zhuanggu to have such benefits. I'll leave my doppelganger here to recuperate first. My original body will go to the boundless Taishu first. Zhuowen took a deep look at the doppelganger and the Zhuanggu, which were wrapped in magma, and decided to leave the doppelganger and the Zhuanggu here. Chapter 2553. Black Market. Although the Zhuanggu was only a goo worm, it was not an ordinary goo worm. It was a goo worm from the ancestral sorcerer's body. Zhuowen naturally would not provoke the main body of the Zhuanggu worm if it was not necessary. Especially after inheriting the memories of Miaobang, he knew very well that each of the 12 ancestral sorcerers was an extremely terrifying existence. Furthermore, he had only obtained a small part of the Zhuanggu worm. Just this small part of the Zhuanggu worm already had such great power. There was no doubt that the main body of the Zhuanggu worm was even more terrifying. Zhuowen did not dare to let his guard down. In addition, Zhuowen's main purpose this time was to find the Great Void Bone-Refining Ginseng, Great Simplicity Double Dragon Ganoderma, and 8 trigrams Divination Yang Water. If he provoked the Zhuanggu worm, Zhuowen would not be able to find these 3 level 9 divine herbs with peace of mind. When Zhuowen left the barren planet and entered the periphery of Wuji Taishu, he immediately felt a solemn and desolate atmosphere. Wuji Taishu was a star domain that looked like a ruin and occupied an extremely vast area. Zhuowen could see the occasional glimmer of starlight in the huge Wuji Taishu from afar. Of course, these starlights only occupied a very small portion of the boundless Taishu. Most of the boundless Taishu was pitch black, so one would have to get closer to see the pitch black parts of the boundless Taishu clearly. The periphery of Wuji Taishu was shrouded in a misty fog, which made Wuji Taishu appear even more mysterious. At this moment, the periphery of Wuji Taishu was extremely lively. Many cultivators were bustling around the periphery. At the same time, Zhuowen also saw many buildings and cave abodes in the periphery, which were obviously built by these cultivators temporarily. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that most of these cultivators were moving around the periphery. No one dared to enter Wuji Taishu. Senior, you look very unfamiliar. You must have just arrived at Wuji Taishu, right? Suddenly, a slightly shaky voice was heard and attracted Zhuowen's attention. Zhuowen turned his head and looked at the honest young man in front of him. He nodded and said yes. This honest-looking young man's cultivation level was not very high. He was only true god 3 disasters and had not even reached the void sky realm. Zhuowen could see the reverence in his eyes. Clearly, This simple and honest youth should have noticed that Zhuowen was a void sky cultivator. Although Zhuowen had concealed most of his aura, ordinary people would not be able to see through his cultivation. Although this simple and honest young man's cultivation was not high, his eyesight was not bad. He could tell that Zhuowen was not ordinary, so naturally he was very respectful to Zhuowen. Senior must have come to the boundless Taishu to search for treasures, right? However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Senior. The boundless Taishu has been sealed off by the 100 halls of the Tai-Ching immortal realm. Ordinary people can't enter without a strong background. The honest-looking young man looked disappointed when he said that. He was an itinerant cultivator and was not strong enough, so he could only wander around the periphery of Wuji Taishu. Zhuowen nodded. He had already inquired about this from Qi and Lanji. However, if Senior wants to enter the boundless Taishu, I have a way to let you in, the honest-looking young man suddenly said. Zhuowen exclaimed softly and looked deeply at the honest-looking young man until the latter's scalp turned numb. Zhuowen then said leisurely, "If you know the way to enter the boundless Taishu, why don't you go in and tell me instead?" The honest-looking young man did not dare hide anything and smiled bitterly. "Senior, I'm only at the true God realm. Even if I enter the boundless Taishu, I'll be courting death. You might not know this, but there are quotas to enter the boundless Taishu, and I happen to know the black market for quotas. Although I know the channels, I'm embarrassed. The quotas are easily worth millions of divine stones. I don't have that many divine stones to squander." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He took another look at the honest-looking young man and nodded. "If there really is a quota to enter the boundless Taishu, I won't treat you badly if you take me there." As he spoke, Zhuowen casually tossed a divine stone to the honest-looking young man. When the honest-looking young man saw that it was actually a high-grade divine stone, his eyes instantly revealed an expression of wild joy. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. The periphery of Wuji Taishu was extremely lively and prosperous. There were more cultivators here than in ordinary galaxies, and all of them were powerhouses. One could easily encounter a void sky powerhouse. Compared to the Long River Galaxy, this place was simply a paradise for powerhouses. The honest-looking young man quickly led Zhuowen into a huge meteorite continent. As soon as Zhuowen entered the meteorite continent, he discovered that there was a level 9 array formation among the countless restrictions on the meteorite continent. Moreover, this level 9 array formation was similar to an array formation that gathered starry sky energy. The starry sky energy on the meteorite continent was extremely rich. Compared to other places, this meteorite continent was like a paradise. The honest-looking young man quietly led Zhuowen into a dark alley. It was a dead end. The honest-looking young man came to the dead end and gently knocked on the wall in front of the alley a few times. Then a huge opening appeared on the wall, just big enough for one person to enter. "Huang Qi, we have another guest?" On the other side of the alley, a black-clothed man appeared and glanced at Zhuowen behind the honest-looking young man. The honest-looking young man scratched his head and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, this senior is also here for a quota." The black-clothed man nodded. After sending the honest-looking young man away, he looked at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Let's go." Zhuowen didn't mind and followed the black-clothed man inside. The moment he entered, the alley behind him turned into a dead end again. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a deep corridor. On both sides of the corridor were fences made of purple sandalwood. It looked very antique. Along the corridor, Zhuowen followed the black-clothed man. During this time, the two of them didn't say a word. At the end of the corridor, a door appeared in front of Zhuowen. The black-clothed man pointed at the door and said, "Inside is the black market. If you want a quota, you can naturally get it by paying a sufficient price." Speaking up to here, the black-clothed man spread out his hands and said to Zhuowen, "The entrance fee of the black market is 1,000 high-grade divine stones." Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although he felt that the entrance fee of the black market was a bit of a scam, Zhuowen still paid the 1,000 high-grade divine stones to the black-clothed man. After the black-clothed man put away the 1,000 high-grade divine stones, he nodded and took out a mask. After letting Zhuowen put it on, he opened the door. The moment Zhuowen entered the door, he felt a powerful divine sense land on his body. It seemed that after discovering that Zhuowen wasn't special, these divine senses all withdrew. Chapter 2554. An old friend, the divine consciousness, lingered on Zhuowen for a quarter of an hour before slowly withdrawing. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he felt that the divine consciousness was somewhat familiar. Although he felt that the divine consciousness was very familiar, he could not recall who it was at the moment. Furthermore, the black market was filled with all sorts of people, so it was really impossible to find the owner of the divine consciousness. The space inside the black market was not big, only about the size of 10 ordinary rooms. There were dozens of people inside, and most of them were wearing masks. The masks were rather strange as they could block divine consciousness, so others could not use their divine consciousness to see their true appearance and aura. Therefore, although Zhuowen wanted to find the owner of the familiar divine consciousness, he knew that it would be very difficult for him to find the owner of the divine consciousness unless the owner told him. This space was extremely hidden. When Zhuowen tried to scan it with his divine consciousness, he discovered that there was a divine restriction array at the edge of the space. With Zhuowen's current powerful divine consciousness, the divine restriction array did not have much effect on Zhuowen. If Zhuowen wanted to, he could forcibly break the divine restriction array. Of course, Zhuowen naturally would not do that. If he did, he would probably be immediately chased out of the black market by the owner. There were many seats in the black market space. These seats were centered around a circular platform in the center and spread out in all directions like a flower. The circular platform was the stamen, and the surrounding seats were the petals. The number of seats here was much more than the number of cultivators. Zhuowen casually found a remote corner and sat down. The moment he sat down, a figure came to Zhuowen's side and sat down next to him. "Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to come to boundless Taishu as well." A familiar divine consciousness entered Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen was slightly surprised and immediately sized up the figure in front of him seriously. Although the figure was also wearing a mask, his clothes were rather shabby and did not look like the clothes of an expert. At that moment, the person was openly looking at Zhuowen. "Brother Ziwei?" Zhuowen asked uncertainly. The person nodded slightly and said, "That's me. I guessed it was you because I sense the aura of extreme energy from you." Zhuowen nodded. So that's how it is. His clone wasn't by his side, so he wasn't sensitive to extreme energy. Of course, although Zhuowen's true body was not at the three extremities realm, his doppelganger had been with his true body for a long time, so it was inevitable that there would be some aura of extreme energy on his body. However, the extreme energy on Zhuowen's body was very thin. If Crepe Myrtle Star King had not reached 3 extreme levels, he would not have been able to sense the thin extreme energy on Zhuowen's body. "Brother Ziwei, you can call me Longwind from now on. I once escaped from the heaven realm of Huaxia, and I don't get along well with some of the forces in the heaven realm of Huaxia, so..." Zhuowen reminded him telepathically. Crepe Myrtle Star King nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he changed his words and said, "Brother Long, you must have come here for the boundless Taishu quota, right?" Zhuowen nodded in agreement. However, Crepe Myrtle Star King said quietly, "Brother Long, there's one more thing you might not know. I've been in the heaven realm of Huaxia for decades and have met many cultivators who are cultivating toward the 3 extremities realm. I discovered that besides the 2 of us, I also found an expert who had reached the 3 extremities realm." Zhuowen's gaze moved, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Crepe Myrtle Star King. Cultivating the 3 extremities realm was extremely difficult. If Zhuowen hadn't had the alchemy fire, it would have been unknown if he could have reached the 3 extremities realm. Crepe Myrtle Star King would probably have been in a similar situation. apart from him and Crate Myrtle Star King. There was actually someone else who had reached the Three Extremities realm. Clearly, this person was not simple. Furthermore, I also heard from that senior about the specific realms and cultivation methods after the three extremes. However, this involves his privacy, so that senior didn't tell me at all, Crate Myrtle Star Monarch said with a hint of regret. Do you know who that senior is? Zhuowen asked with a frown. He was also very curious about the realms and cultivation methods after the Three Extremities realm. Although everyone in the Eight Heavens knew about the Three Extremities realm, after cultivating it to the extreme, one would at most be on par with the experts of the Two Extremities realm of life and death. Zhuowen's doppelganger wasn't a human, but had the bloodline of the devouring clan king. Therefore, after cultivating the Three Extremities realm, it was much more abnormal than ordinary human cultivators. However, it still became a shackle for the doppelganger's cultivation. If he couldn't find the cultivation methods after the Three Extremities realm, the doppelganger would remain stagnant. Once Zhuowen's original body reached the Tao realm, he would definitely leave the doppelganger far behind. His doppelganger would also become a chicken rib. I heard that Senior is the Mountain River ancestor of the Mountain River Hall, the second hall of the 100 halls of the Tai Ching Immortal Realm. He resigned from the position of Hall Master a long time ago and lived in seclusion in the Tai Ching Immortal Realm. I heard that this senior once fought with the Tai Ching of the Hua Xia Heavenly Domain. He was only slightly weaker than Tai Ching. His name is well known. Crate Myrtle Star King's eyes became mysterious as he said, "The Mountain River ancestor once told me that if I could find what he wanted in the boundless Taishu, he would share the cultivation methods after the Three Extremities realm with me." Tai Ching's strength was unfathomable. The Mountain River ancestor was only slightly weaker than Tai Ching. Zhuowen estimated that the Mountain River ancestor's strength should be on par with the middle stage of the Two Extremities realm of life and death, which was on the same level as Palace Master Wu Jue of the Six Desires Heavenly Domain. Although Crate Myrtle Star King was also in the Three Extremities realm, he had only been in the Three Extremities realm for a few decades. Decades ago, Crate Myrtle Star King had just survived the 20th storm and could barely fight with Great Brahma. However, after decades of consolidation, Crate Myrtle Star King's strength was comparable to the peak of the Death Realm. There was still a gap between him and the Two Extremities realm of life and death. Although Crate Myrtle Star King had witnessed Zhuowen defeating Great Brahma with one move, his decades of improvement made him realize that the gap between him and Zhuowen wasn't that big. He estimated that although his strength wasn't as strong as Zhuowen's, it shouldn't be too far off. Since the Mountain River ancestor was a veteran extreme grade expert, Crate Myrtle Star King's reverence for him was obviously much stronger than Zhuowen's. Zhuowen also saw the look in Crate Myrtle Star Monarch's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, but he did not care too much about this. Instead, he asked, "What is the thing that the Mountain River ancestor wants?"